Two interpreters. No, sorry. He'll say next slide. So he says next slide. He'll say next slide.
At 6 p.m. to serve Spanish interpretation. Si gustan servicios de traducción, el equipo está en las mesas en la entrada. We're now going to move on to item G, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. I want to welcome students to the first meeting. Please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right, thank you so much. We'll now move on to item H, which is the adoption of our open session agenda. Superintendent Albarran, are there any proposed changes to our open session agenda?
President Magana, there's one amendment. We want to amend item N6, renewal agreement with Parent Square, to replace the word approve to ratify. So it's to ratify a renewal agreement with Parent Square. Again, it change the word approve to ratify.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the open session agenda with proposed changes.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All abstaining, motion passes 5-0. We'll now move on to item I, which is our special order of business. We're starting with I1, the adoption of resolution 2027-08-2003, reaffirming support for immigrant students and families. Before we jump into that, we do have some public comments. So I'm going to call folks up. As a reminder, folks will have 2 minutes. The button does not need to be pressed. It is on and ready. If I call your name, please come on up and keep an eye out for the timer that is up here in front of us. We'll start with David Friedler, Jeff Benford, Emma Thomas, and then Travis Curran.
Good afternoon. Good evening. David Friedlander, parent at both Willow and Middle and Hammer Montessori. I'd like to see the district reaffirm its support for immigrant students and families. These are often among the most marginalized in our community, and many of them either can't attend the school functions like this or are concerned about their safety in public events. I wholeheartedly support what the district is doing and in protecting members of our community, including immigrants and student families. I've seen immigrant students in my daughter's classes who have thrived thanks to the dedicated teachers and staff in the district. The words in this resolution certainly matter, but the words are hollow unless the actions the district takes back them up and match them. So I hope that any future district actions, including consideration of any additional school consolidations or closures, I hope there won't be any, but that will reflect this commitment. And will treat these communities with the fairness and equity that they deserve. And then rather than only closing and consolidating the schools that serve these communities, that we look at the big picture. I hope the district programs, such as volunteering and the now required training, more on that later, will reflect this commitment and be made accessible to those communities in multiple languages. I also hope the district will stand behind its words in the future and take appropriate action to ensure that anyone who violates these resolutions will face appropriate consequences and not simply be transferred to another school. Thanks very much.
Hi, I'm Jeff Benford, parent at Bob Brett Elementary, and I'm here to speak in support of the resolution reaffirming support for immigrant students and families. Although there may be some debate in our community about what immigration policy should be, I'm not here to discuss that because there's something even more fundamental about this, which I hope that we can all agree on: the safety of the children in our communities. Regardless of how the children in our communities arrived here, it benefits all of us to have them receive a quality education in a safe and secure environment. And in order to provide that, our teachers, staff, and administrators need to know that we have their back in putting the safety of our children first, especially if there appears to be any conflict between our district policies, state and or federal commands of immigration officers. We had an incident at Baccarat recently at pickup where there was police activity. Police were called because of some apparent custody dispute. The details are not public, as they should not be, but some rumors were started about it, somebody having kidnapped a child, which was not true. There's enough pressure on our office staff as it is in situations like those. They need to know that we have their back when they do the right thing by putting the safety of the kids first above all else. And I hope that we can all agree on that. I hope and expect that this deserves a 5-0 vote. Thank you.
Emma and Travis?
Good evening. I appreciate this resolution affirming support for our immigrant families, students, and staff. San Jose is a city of immigrants. They are our greatest strength, and it takes our whole community to protect them. These concerns are not abstract, they're very real. Just yesterday, there were reports of ICE agents in my neighborhood in Northside, just blocks from Grant, where hundreds of Latino parents were about to pick up their kids. Thankfully, I was able to reach out to a couple grandparents, and within minutes, rapid response was on its way, and parents had already walked the entire perimeter of the campus to confirm no suspicious individuals were present. Parents are not your enemy. We are an asset. My kid doesn't go to Grant, but I had these phone numbers because we had met in the context of this board trying to close both of our kids' overwhelming Latino campuses. Your administration's refusal to even acknowledge race in evaluating school closures has resulted in Latino students being displaced at over 5 times the rate of their white peers. This means these students and their families are needing to travel further to get to school through streets that they already have objective reason to be afraid of. So yes, I support this referendum, and I also support the tangible changes that you can make to alleviate the burdens on our immigrant families, including ensuring they have access to after-school care so their parents can work without waiting weeks or months for paperwork to clear and spots to open up, providing meaningful opportunities to access magnet programs, TWEBE, and for voluntary integrative transfer. And yes, I mean to our schools in Willow Glen and Almaden Valley, and transportation to get there. Welcoming our immigrant families as full members of our school community by proactively providing language translation services so they can sign up as volunteers, and not forcing the unnecessary construction of a literal wall along Oldender's campus, thereby physically segregating the majority Latino population to the east from the majority white.
So our final speaker, Travis Kern.
Travis Curran. To be clear of my intentions as I begin here, as I know it was also confusing in the spring for Trustee Collins, I am up here in support of immigrant students and families. You all are about to vote on a resolution reaffirming support for immigrant students and families. And while the statement is important, ensuring a safe, welcoming, inclusive environment for students and immigrant students and families, a statement matters not when your actions continue to be anti-immigrant. How can you claim to be reaffirming support of immigrant students and families just after closing schools that serve a higher percentage of immigrant students? That you care about their safety when a disproportionate number of immigrant students now have a longer, less safe walk to and from school? Reaffirming an inclusive environment requires that were known since last year that the district did nothing with. You only provided English language options. That inclusive of immigrant communities to you. And ultimately, it's a slap in the face to immigrant communities that you would claim your support of them while actively and knowingly attempting to purchase a building constructed with human trafficked labor. You stand for nothing but yourselves, so don't go pretending you're an ally of San Jose's immigrants. We stand proudly with our immigrant communities and stand in stark opposition of this district's anti-immigrant practices.
All right, so that concludes our public comment. I'm going to turn it over to staff, and then Trustee Castellanos, sorry to put you on the spot, and they've done a lot of work on this, to talk on the resolution, and then we can have our discussion.
So before the board considers this resolution, we want to take a moment to reaffirm the deep appreciation for our immigrant students and their families and the many contributions that they make to our schools and our community. This resolution continues the commitment the board first made in 2017 and reaffirmed in 2025. Every student who walks through our doors deserves access to a safe, welcoming, and supportive learning environment. As the laws and state guidance have changed, our responsibility is to make sure the practices remain current, commitment remains steady. We want our students focused on learning and our families to know that they can engage with their schools with confidence. I also want to thank our staff and our community partners and Trustee Castellanos, who has been instrumental in continuing to keep us informed through her professional channels so that we can continue to support our students and families with care, professionalism, and compassion. This resolution reflects our ongoing commitment to educational access, privacy, safety, dignity, and belonging for every immigrant student that we serve.
Thank you. Yeah, Trustee Castellanos.
So I think it's really important as we're talking about these issues, that we keep in mind that fear is a huge factor. And that the purpose of many changes that are happening from here into the near future are based on creating fear in our community. And that's gonna be access to the safety net. That's gonna be how people are protected by law enforcement or not protected by law enforcement. And as schools, we will feel the brunt of it first before anyone else does. And so I'm very grateful for the commitment of this district to our students, all of our students, and in particular in our immigrant students. If we look at the immigrant population in Santa Clara County, it is 40% of our population. And if you count their children, it's 60% of our families. And so that is what a big issue this is to Santa Clara County, to the city of San Jose, and to San Jose Unified. I will also add that Silicon Valley is nothing without immigrant labor, immigrant innovation, immigrant contributions, immigrant knowledge, and immigrant work. And that is every level of tech, that is every level of service, that is the top, that is the middle, and that is the bottom. And so that is why we need to make these commitments to our community, to our families, and to our student population. I do have a couple of questions in the resolution. Can you read me the first whereas? But I think I might have an old version.
It hasn't been updated since the agenda posted.
Okay.
So the suggestion you're wanting to make has not been
Okay,
changed.
so I would like to add to the first whereas, where it says, whereas the city of San Jose and the San Jose Unified School District are strengthened by racial, ethnic, linguistic, and cultural and immigrant diversity of their students, families, employees, and community instead of immigration diversity, because we're not talking about status, we're talking about the community. I also would like, and I agree with all the statements in this resolution. I would also like to add, for part of our discussion, and let me know at what point, but I would like to add that we will not use any of our property and any of our campuses for staging zones, so that immigration cannot come onto our campuses to prepare to have arrest in the community. So I would like to declare us no staging zones. I would also like us to include in the text that we are opposed to the construction of any detention facilities in the Bay Area, because the construction of detention facilities in the Bay Area means that we will fill those facilities. And Southern California has been facing a horrific situation because I think there are like 11 detention centers south of Fresno. And we need to make sure that those detention centers are not constructed in Northern California, because that also will mean an increase in mass arrests and mass raids in the Bay Area. So I would like to add those two, and I have language, but let me know at what point you want me to give it to you if we get to that point of agreement. So with that.
I think it would help to get everything all at once so that we can have that general discussion, because I think what we can do is hear from everyone, then potentially make a motion that brings everything together so that we can kind of streamline the conversation.
So I'm looking at some language that was created for another school district, and they include, whereas district schools, offices, parking lots, transportation yards, fields, campuses, and other facilities exist to support the district's educational mission. That's as a verse. And then in the therefore, to the fullest extent permitted by law, all district-owned, leased, or controlled property is declared a no staging zone for civil immigration enforcement and district parking lots, transportation yards, fields, campuses, and other outdoor areas shall not be used without express district authorization as staging areas, processing locations, surveilling posts, parking, or assembly points, or potential operational basis. And then the other one, I think would be, therefore, because we do all the whereas, but what we want our community to look like. And another one, therefore, would be the construction, expansion, or operation of an ICE detention center in Santa Clara County or the Bay Area or the surrounding region could undermine the safety, trust, stability, and sense of belonging essential to students' well-being, attendance, family engagement, and academic position. We are opposed to the construction of any detention centers in Northern California. And I know we have no jurisdiction over that part, but I think we need to make a statement.
Trustee Wheatley.
I would just like to say I'm in full support of the changes offered by Trustee Lenzen. Thank you very much for your work.
Trustee Gribstad. Trustee Collins.
So I support every child's right to attend school, learn, and be treated with dignity. I do not believe a child's immigration status should become a barrier to receiving the education guaranteed by law. Plyla versus Doe established that principle decades ago, and California law provides extensive protections for students and families. But that is precisely why I'm concerned about this resolution. If these protections are already required by the Constitution, California Ed Code, and existing extra US policies, what are we asking to create? So what I'm asking is I would like to amend and add the portion to say that nothing in this resolution shall be construed to authorize the district or its employees to obstruct, interfere with, provide false information to, or impede any federal, state, or local law enforcement officer acting within lawful authority, nor shall it authorize withholding, destruction, alteration, or falsification of information when disclosure is required by applicable law, court order, or other lawful process. And so there was some terms that was, I would like tightened and clear before I can pass this resolution, because the terms could be less vague, I would say. Terms like support, provide, strengthen, partner, train, and connect. I think these terms can be elaborated more to not leave gap for interpretation, for the safety, to protect staff from liability. So that is the reason why I am not ready to pass this without tightening some more strengthens.
Trustee Collins.
Thank you. I want to thank Trustee Castellanos for your additions. I do fully support those. I do not support the additions that Trustee Gribstad has added. And I want to also thank Superintendent Albarran for making the pathway to ensure that for several years now, we've had an intensive training in place for all staff to understand and know a process of how to keep students safe, how to follow the law, how to not support ICE in any way from being on campus, because that is not safe for anyone. And thank Castellanos, Trustee Castellanos, for doing many of those trainings, because it is important that every substitute, every teacher, every person on a campus understands the role that they're playing in maintaining this safety. I'm so grateful that we are in California, that we have an Attorney General that understands, and that we live in Santa Clara County, actually, with an amazing county council who also understands that these unreal times and some of these federal mandates are actually so anti-American and have no purpose here. So I know many of us have stood with other school board members across the county saying absolutely no detention center in our area, absolutely no ICE on our campuses or near our campuses. And I'm grateful for the organizing efforts, many of which Trustee Castellanos has professionally worked on, such as the IPEN network, to make sure that we're all, so much is going on to ensure safety for children and for the families. For those who aren't used to dealing with the intimidation and the scariness of this, I'm grateful to hear that you have community connections that you can connect to, but maybe the most important one that you can have is our Santa Clara County Rapid Response Network. And I'll just read their number or say their number aloud just so that it's on the record. It's 408-290-1144. Anyone can call that 24/7. It's an emergency hotline to report ICE activity, request check-in accompaniment, and get help, especially if you have a detained loved one. It has to happen within a couple hours if possible to actually get resources to that person before they're relocated. And you can also, if you are in a safer space and not walking around with a target, such as being able to speak Spanish or have brown skin, you might want to be a rapid responder. I know I went through the training in M1, and it's a meaningful way to support all of our community too. So I would encourage adults who are able to reach out to our Santa Clara County Rapid Response Network and participate in that. And it hurts and it's saddening that we're in a world where we have to reaffirm a commitment like this, but we absolutely have to reaffirm this commitment and continue all the incredible work that we have been doing. Actually, before even 2016, I mean, what year was it when we brought in Penjia to the district to support families with legal resources? It's a long history of recognizing the need to keep our communities safe, and nothing. This is one of the top priorities, I would say, for our community right now, and I'm looking forward to voting to support this.
Student board member, any comments? I'll make some comments before we open it up again. I would be in favor of the suggestions as well. I know that there is court precedent that says the students have the right for public education, but there's also a precedent that says that someone like me who's speaking Spanish to my kids in public could be stopped. That is a ground for stop just because of the way I look, because of the language I speak.
Could be arrested.
Could be arrested, thank you. And folks have given their documentation, still been told it's not real, get locked up. It's happened to service members, it's happened to citizens. And so I see your point, but it's clear that I'm still at risk, even as an elected official. It's called Kavanaugh stops for those who haven't tuned in. So I would not be in favor in the slightest, as the grandson of immigrants who came here so that I could do this. I would not be in favor of your proposal. In addition, state law covers our district as well. And at the end of the day, as Trustee Collins said, we've stood up to say, I'd rather that resources go to schools rather than locking people up. And schools need to be places of sanctuary, frankly, places of peace. And I also look forward to voting for this. So any other comments or questions before I entertain a motion for Trustee Castellanos?
Okay. Oh, sorry. Can I?
Yes, please.
So two things. I think it's important to just let the public know that resolutions are adopted by boards for a variety of reasons, and there's a lot of requests that come in. And the board's protocol and practice has been to adopt resolutions for things that are within their sphere of influence. And these are, the two that are on for tonight are really, really important because it's important that with the changing environment, there's a lot of questions, and it just gives us an opportunity to revisit that commitment and to also message to our community that these topics have been talked about at our meeting and that we continue to, double down on that commitment. And it comes with a body of training and support. I think there are different boards that do things differently. A lot of times there'll be an adoption, but not funds or resources. And so this board has historically, when adopting a resolution, there is a set of professional developments, there's training, there's activities that happen. And so this one is important to open the year given the changing environment that happens. We don't control what is happening nationally. It makes it easier in California because I think we do have support, especially in the Bay Area. But I just urge us to adopt this. It sounds like, you know, people are supportive. I would also ask that I want to make sure we capture the language that you're proposing. So if people, if you would like, we can take those changes and bring it back so that you can then vote on the actual language, as opposed to us sitting and changing it, but just, you know, your support is on the record, and I think that's really important. It allows us to share with the community that you have talked about this.
Trustee Wheatley?
I guess my question to your point is there, what is the most important thing? Do we need to get this out to the public or is it, I mean, I'm okay with either method. I mean, school has started, you know, I absolutely believe the reaffirming of this is hugely important. So I guess that would be my question to whoever has an opinion on that. And I'd start with Trustee Castellanos, probably.
I think we can update it and vote on it at the next one. I also think that is part of the community discussion that we are looking at this and that we're in support of our immigrant families and our immigrant students. There is no specific timeline, obviously sooner than later. And things are changing very quickly. I mean, as someone who works in immigration, I know things are changing. There are 3 to 5 different changes every day. And so the community is already facing this, the community is already carrying this, the community is already feeling fear. So obviously sooner rather than later is better. The soonest is the best, but obviously I want to add a little bit more to this. So
If I can, and I'm gonna use my privilege as the chair here, and I know it would be workshopping here, but I think if we have language, I'm okay with it here. I just don't know if it requires us having to go back to legal, but I'm okay with what I heard, as long as we reread it to make sure for the record, I'm okay with updating it today.
I would actually add, I feel like things are changing so much that it's important to get it out sooner, and what better time than the first meeting of the school year to make that statement.
and I do have the text here, so.
Oh, okay, I thought you were
Yeah,
still.
so if we have the text, I think for the record, so what I'm gonna, if you can reread the text, I think what we can do based off discussion, it sounds like, I know we have votes to make a motion of some sort. My entertainment of the motion, once it's done, is to approve this resolution with the proposed language from Trustee Castellanos and the changes, and then we can go to a vote from there. Trustee Castellanos, if you can read the language, sorry to put you on the spot.
Okay, so I do want to say that I don't agree with Trustee Gribstad's suggestion at this point. And I would like to add 2 more, be it further resolved that non-public indoor areas of district property shall not be accessed or used for civil, I already read that one. Sorry, I missed this one.
If you can, yeah, reread the ones that you suggested earlier
Okay.
too, so that we can have them all.
Well, now I marked them all up and I don't know what I read. I'll read all of them. Okay, I'm sorry.
The first change was in the first paragraph,
Yeah.
from immigration to immigrant, right? So we got that
From immigration to
immigrant.
So the first
immigrant
whereas,
diversity.
it'll say immigrant diversity instead of
Yes.
immigration diversity.
And then the whereas was the therefore, district, schools, office, parking lots, transportation yards, fields, campuses, and other facilities exist to support the district's educational mission and should not be used without authorization for civil immigration enforcement, staging, processing, surveillance, parking, assembly, or operations. And I'll bring it to you. So,
My typing used to be much better than
I
it
know.
Yeah, if we could just read them for the record and then we can make it perfect.
The other one was therefore we're opposed to the construction, expansion, or operation of any IC detention center in Santa Clara County or the surrounding region. I added Northern California, as this could undermine the safety, trust, stability, and sense of belonging essential to student well-being, attendance, family engagement, academic achievement. And then the other one that I added was, I already said the no staging, right? Yes. those ones that I said. And then I would like to add, be it further resolved that non-public indoor areas of the district property shall not be accessed or used for civil immigration enforcement unless the requesting officer presents valid identification and a valid judicial warrant, a judicial subpoena, a court order, or other legal authority requiring access, and that district officials will consult legal counsel, and that staff will follow district protocols regarding the validity and scope of any legal process. And then the other one is, be it further resolved that no district employee may consent on behalf of the district to such access or use unless specifically designated by the superintendent or designee or required by law. An employee shall promptly refer and report any request, attempted access, or observed unauthorized use to the superintendent or designee and the appropriate administrator. And I know that these are already protocols that we have in place, so just stating them.
For the record, that was in the bylaws,
Yes.
those from the update.
It's also true.
So I'm gonna entertain a motion that we approve this resolution with the proposed changes of language change to the first whereas.
I would like to add
With,
my,
with the addition of the four recommendations around access to property, to the construction of detention facilities, to the response to the superintendent and access to campus via the superintendent, and no access without a judicial warrant for the items listed in the resolution.
So moved.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Floor is open for discussion. Trustee Gribstad.
yes, I'd just like to reread what I suggested to amend, and that is, and thank you for allowing Trustee Castellanos to be heard. It makes sense to have mine read as well. So yeah, the amendment I'm asking for to state is nothing in this resolution shall be construed to authorize the district or its employees obstruct, interfere with, provide false information to, or impede any federal, state, or local law enforcement officer acting within lawful authority. Nor shall it authorize withholding, destruction, alteration, or falsification of information when disclosure is required by applicable law, court order, or other lawful process. To dismiss this means that the district will authorize in the reverse to obstruct, interfere with, provide false information, impede the federal, state, local enforcement officer acting. It is authorizing withholding, destruction, alteration, or falsification of information when disclosure required by law, court order, or other lawful process, which puts the district litigation risk as well as to the staff themselves and the students.
Just a point of information for the public and for the board. The language proposed by Trustee Castellanos would actually not do that. It would say if they have a valid warrant, if they are following the law, then we do have to follow the law. What we are saying is that we aren't going to collaborate unless we are absolutely forced to, and we have to because we don't have control over that. So for the record, that's not accurate. What Trustee Castellanos added would make us follow the process that we have for our bylaws, our state law, and actually would not violate that. So I know that's a little misleading, that's not accurate. And I know Trustee Castellanos just provided this language today, but for the record, it would not do that. What you are stating that's not accurate.
It is slightly different, but it kind of couples and complements. I don't see anything wrong with providing this sort of protection. And I'm open to your comments how this would be a good idea.
Call the question.
Any other, I think there's one more amendment, and I don't find it, it's not friendly. Any other conversations here? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
All abstaining? Motion passes 4-1-0. We'll now move on to our next item, which is I2, adoption of resolution 2027-082002, supporting the rights, freedoms, and equality of those who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, LGBTQ+. We do have public comment, so we'll open this up before we hear from staff, and sorry to put you on the spot, Trustee Collins as well, but I know you've worked hard on this as well. We have Jeff Bedford, David Friedlander, Emma Thomas, and Travis Kern.
So again, Jeff Bedford, parent at Albarran Elementary. I think nearly all of us agree that we should respect and value individuals, especially children, regardless of sexual orientation or gender expression or identity. Where I suspect some may have reservations about this resolution is in its affirmation of Assembly Bill 1955 prohibiting schools from disclosing information about student sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression without the student's consent. Those opposed might claim that parents have a right to know, but I would say that with the student's safety and overall wellness being paramount, as I alluded to in my last comments, they need to be able to come out on their own terms and in their own time. I have a cousin a couple of years older than me, and growing up, I really looked forward to our gatherings with that side of the family because I really looked up to this cousin, my cool cousin. It was the 90s, and I learned how to hacky sack from him. I learned about a lot of the cool music at the time, Weezer and Green Day. He wore Vans shoes. I was like, I want Vans shoes. I really looked up to this cousin, and as we continued to grow up, it became more and more evident that my cousin was a member of the LGBT community, but there was never any announcement. There was never any, and we grew up in a conservative family, and in a time where traditional values were paramount, and even the way that this cousin came out was really cool. There was no dramatic announcement. He came out in his own time, in his own way, just subtly, just being himself. And that's not for everyone, but that was the way he chose to do it. And that allowed us and him to reaffirm that we continue to respect and value him for who he is, not who he loves. Thank you.
David Friedlander, Willow Middle, and Hammer Munster parents. Thank you to my fellow parent for his comments. I'm really glad to see the district reaffirm its support for this resolution. I'm in support of LGBTQ staff, teachers, students, and the community at large. I think we can agree that in our current political climate, we as a community need to stand up for our most vulnerable populations and make sure they feel safe to love and respect without bias. California and San Jose, this area, are one of the few places in the country where I think there is an opportunity for people to feel safe. It's tragic, of course, what's going on in many other parts of the country. But resolutions like this have a way of not being enough. Actions matter much more than the words we put on paper, and the reaffirmation of those. I know I'm guilty, like many of us, of slipping on my New Year's resolutions. So I had the intent, I didn't act on them. I've all done that. I didn't get through that workout plan or whatever it was. So I asked the district to act on the resolution, not just affirm it, but act on it, and make sure that there's safe places for gender-neutral students who are expressing their identity, including restrooms and locker room spaces. I have a friend of my older daughter's who's going through some challenging times, and thankfully has the support of the community in wanting to express who they are. That we partner with anti-bullying organizations and mentoring programs, and I know some of that work is being done, but there's always more that we can do. That we have queer affirming sex ed programs and policies, that we not shy away from that. That employee benefits are there to include fertility, surrogacy, and adoption for all members of the staff. And that no teacher or staff member is ever again persecuted by school administrators, backed up by the district, for standing up to bullies and protecting our community. I don't have time to go into that, but thank you.
Emma Thomas and Travis.
I'm grateful for San Jose Unified reaffirming this important resolution. When I attended Lincoln in the early 2000s, it felt like a safe haven for me and my two siblings, who both identify as LGBTQ. So when California passed Prop 8, I was shaken to my core because I had truly felt sheltered from realizing the amount of hate outside that uniquely safe space. Unfortunately, this was not the last time that I've been shaken. I think most of us can agree that in the current political climate, protection of our vulnerable populations, including LGBTQ students, is more important than ever. But it's not just national politics that have shaken me. Given my personal experience at Lincoln, I was horrified to learn about the context in which this resolution was first passed only a few years back. It was only due to the relentless insistence of your LGBTQ teachers, students, and parents, and came on the tail of this district spending over a year and tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars defending your administration's decision to punish a teacher for peacefully protecting her students from on-campus attacks by trespassing adults spewing anti-LGBTQ hate speech. And even after an arbitrator sided completely with this brave teacher, the district continued insisting this resolution was unnecessary, and to my knowledge has never publicly apologized or admitted wrongdoing. And today, the safety of our LGBTQ teachers and students remains in the hands of basically the exact same leadership and legal teams. I remain shaken. So I'm here to remind you that actions do speak louder than words. This district can and should truly be a safe haven for our LGBTQ teachers, students, and staff. But it will take more than just reaffirmed resolutions that commit a little more than a goal of mine. Thank you.
The last speaker is Travis Kern.
Travis Curran. This resolution is incredibly important and must be approved. The district also needs to do much more to protect and embrace LGBTQ plus youth. Trustee Gribstad, knowing the circles you run in and your history of bullying a trans teacher at Cupertino Unified, I'm going to speak to you. I'm guessing you'll have some kind of comment with veiled bigotry on this topic, and I imagine you take issue with your lack of ability to out an LGBTQ child to their parents. Anything but your full support here of LGBTQ plus students will be a complete abdication of your duties. Opposition to what is laid out in this resolution would be immoral, unsafe, and illegal. Any comment from you about this should be full support or nothing else. And I knew there would be some kind of comment on I-1, so I left myself extra time. For you to sit here and say that the district and all its employees should fully cooperate with law enforcement in a conversation about immigration, coming and snatching people off the streets. I disagree with Trustee Magana on just about everything, and I'll get to more of that tonight. But what he said here about what it is like for him to live in this community and speak Spanish to his children, and you want to lean in and say, well, we've got to protect the liability of the district. What could go wrong? What's the problem with this? Are you awake to what's happening in this country? Or are you just in your Moms for Liberty bubble? We cannot cooperate with immigration as they take people unjustly because of the color of their skin, and if you don't get that, step down.
That concludes our public comment on I-2. We're now going to turn it over to staff for quick comments, and then turn it over to Trustee Collins, who has worked on this down in the past.
So again, we want to just affirm our commitment to ensuring that every student staff member feels safe, respected, and valued in San Jose Unified. The resolution continues the board's commitment to protecting the rights and dignity of our LGBTQ plus students, staff, and families, and to maintaining learning and working environments free from discrimination, harassment, intimidation, and bullying. At its core, this is about belonging. Students are better able to learn, build relationships, and fully participate in school when they know they are welcomed and supported for who they are. I really appreciate our staff for the care and professionalism they bring to this work every day, and we remain committed to ensuring that every student has equitable access to a safe and supportive educational experience.
Trustee Collins?
Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on this because it is extremely important to me that we pass it and affirm it and put action behind it as we did. I have a little bit of a different history than what some of the members from the public spoke on, because I worked on the first one that did, I think I am aware of the situation that's been discussed, but this really was birthed out of student activism and their absolute right and insistence to be seen and to be heard, and working with them. And we've actually done incredible work with CBO Ready on working on non-discrimination policies that included, I think, the kind of conversation that many sitting here today would like to see for all kinds of discussions, not discussions, for all kinds of issues, where there were real discussions that included youth from San Jose High who were working with us on how to inform this. And again, this is another one that, given the climate, as many spoke to, I feel we absolutely need to start the year with a reaffirmation. And while resolutions have a portion that are very symbolic, they're based in a reality that is just, for me, horrific. And when I think of all that we can't control, nationally and even locally, the data tells us that LGBTQ teens are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide compared to the general adolescent population. That transgender and non-binary youth, roughly 40 to almost 50% seriously consider suicide in any given year. And then when we look at the disparities and when we dig into the data, these LGBTQ youth of color and Indigenous youth report higher rates of suicidal ideation and attempts than their white peers. And the major risk factors are a lack of family acceptance, physical bullying, and unsupportive school or community environments that greatly create the risk. All 3 of which are things that we can actually impact and change. It breaks my heart that there are youth who have no homes in Santa Clara County. And when we look at who these youth are, they're predominant. And when we look at youth in the local criminal justice system, they're disproportionately LGBTQ youth who have been abandoned by their own families. And as a mom, I cannot understand how that is possible, but it is, and it's happening right here. The part that gives me hope and why I think this is so important is because one affirming adult can make that difference. And really, it's not just about acceptance, it's about celebration of our children, these sacred beings who deserve and have every right, and our world is so much better because of them. And it's just so important that we do this, and I agree completely that it has to be tied to action in all of our resolutions, which is why we do so few of them. They're very intentional and very much tied. We need to do more. I always say, especially now, that we live in a society where we know we can and we must do better. And I love some of the ways that are laid out for ensuring this, because it really, for as much as it is about youth, I think a few public commenters also said staff, absolutely, 100%. And in fact, seeing staff could save a child's life in that classroom or along that campus. And so we have to support certainly all our teachers, but all of our staff. And there were some great ways suggested in that around human resource benefits and, from the things that really aren't so little, but sort of little, to the everyday presence of celebrating the amazing talent and teachers and scholars that are on our campuses. And so I appreciate that we are able to start the school year with this declaration. It's needed now more than ever. I will say also, when we look at the work, I think we need to look at, there are some great resources like Lenzen, which we've used as a resource, like our local LGBTQ office, like the County Office of Ed, and just a ton of resources that we do partner with, but also the, I think it's Equity California or California Equity Report that does an annual report based on a student survey from 2023, I think, when we were first looking at this, to 2026, San Jose Unified has made big improvements. We're on the right track. We are doing what we need to be doing, and we need to do more. And so, in fact, it's a little shameful to see how many districts don't participate. I'm glad we are not on that list. But even seeing the improvement is a good sign, because this truly is a matter often of life or death for children. And I want our community to be way better than just accepting. I want us to be celebrating all of this. So I hope to see you all at the Pride Parade, and I can't wait I hope to get to motion for this resolution too. Those are my comments, thanks.
Thank you. Student board member, any comments? Trustee Gribstad.
So I also have family and people I love who are identified as LGBTQ, just know, so I'm not in my bubble. I'm fully aware in the community. Many, they are wonderful people, and I love them very much. Having said that, I support equal protection for every student. I cannot support a resolution that's legally overbroad, and it lacks fiscal implementation, transparency. Again, I will pass this one. It's tightened because there's broad language in there, and that it does not distinguish state mandates from new district commitments and fails to acknowledge current federal constitutional and Title IX developments. I propose a replacement resolution centered on one standard. Every student is entitled to equal protection from bullying, harassment, discrimination, and retaliation, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, political viewpoint, disability, race, ethnicity, or any other protected characteristic. And I would recommend to add 4 governance safeguards, and that is under the facts, parents' viewpoint, and accountability. Under facts would be curriculum must be accurate and standards aligned. Parents, nothing may override applicable federal constitutional rights or court orders, and protect students without compelling beliefs. And accountability, disclose materials, providers, costs, metrics, and annual results. This is a substantially stronger resolution once it is amended this way. I also want to add that in the resolution, it fails to address current federal developments. The resolution reads as, though the 2020 federal legal framework at the end of, it does not include the Title IX enforcement, has returned to a biological sex framework. And it also creates potential parental exposure. The AB 1955 Mirabelli litigation makes this particularly important. The CD itself now recognizes the federal constitutional rights issue. And it contains undefined vague terms like inclusive, safe, welcoming, resources, professional development, monitoring, need, operational definition. So I'd like these to be more defined before I can pass such a resolution. And I would like to have more transparency in the cost and funding source for continued commitments, as well as annual report benchmark responsible administrator for a board review and the mechanisms that go with that. that is my premise for not supporting passing it this time.
And before I turn it over to Trustee Castellanos, you mentioned that you could potentially support this, but then suggested another resolution just to help with the discussion. You said you're not going to support it, or is there something that could help you? So, because I think it's important that we send a message as a board that our LGBTQ youth, community staff are supported by all board members.
Like I mentioned, that I would like to see one standard that applies to all students, not just one particular, because like I said, every student is entitled to equal protection, as I had mentioned. Whether, from bullying, harassment, discrimination, retaliation.
Totally.
Yeah.
So then this would be, with that, I think it would make sense for you to approve this resolution because our LGBTQ plus students would fit into that.
Right, but
Trustee
it doesn't
Castellanos.
say one standard right now, it's very specific.
Trustee Castellanos.
So I support the resolution, the way it is written, the way it's been presented. I think our students are going through very difficult times. And I think various student populations are going through very difficult times. And unfortunately, it's gonna get harder before it gets better. And I think we need to do everything possible to protect all our student populations. And at the same time, we have to single out specific populations that are being targeted here. So I completely support this resolution.
All
Oh,
right.
and the other thing that I will add is in this weird way of looking at both these resolutions at the same time, is the realization that our community is much larger than we think it is, and that it is much diverse than we think it is. And then maybe sometimes we think, well, we're really different and we're really more alike than we actually think. So with that, I completely support both these resolutions.
Vice President Wheatley.
Just a quick story, some of which you may have heard before, but our eldest transitioned in her late teens, early 20s, and I still joke that God knew, but I didn't understand when we baptized her brother Anthony. But Nessa is doing very well in New Orleans. We have helped her celebrate her 38th birthday. And the thing that always is phenomenally sad to me is that she is part of a wonderful transgender community there. They're actually building housing for many of these kids. I say kids, some of them are in their 20s, because they have nowhere else to go, because their families have basically denied their existence. And these other kids come up to Danielle and I, not because we're some amazing thing, but they look at us like unicorns as parents who accept their child. And that breaks my heart every damn time. The other thing that breaks my heart is New Orleans is in Louisiana, which denies Nessa's right to exist. So I want Nessa in California because it's safer here. I yield.
Trustee Collins.
Thank you. I have a lot of thoughts. And I'm thinking about the speaker who talked about Lincoln being such a safe place. And even though you're referring to what sounds like a couple decades ago, Lincoln was still the first school in our district to move towards all gender bathrooms, and did so before the law required, again, student driven, because when we listen to our children, I think we can find real solutions. And so I'm also thinking about one of the speakers who had a list of things that, what are actionable, what are things that this could look like. And so not to put any pressure on our amazing student rep, but because she's also at Willow Glen High, which I don't play favorites, but I do love Willow Glen High. But I think it's a great space for discussion around the bathrooms, which have come up before, and where we're at with that and how they're working. And there are lots of safety issues there, but I think student voice is going to be incredibly important to address these sorts of things. I will say one thing that I'm also particularly interested in that a parent brought up to me, and I think this is actually at middle school. It might be the high school though, but around the key requirements around swimming and how for non-binary students, it creates a lot of distress. And I think there's just lots of spaces that we can do better, and we can at least start these conversations. And I think the hard part is I think it really has to be it absolutely has to involve student voice, but also, there's this great space to lead there too, so that then we can think more about, like hearing all the comments makes me realize we really have to be super clear that we are affirming and safety is the priority. And I would never sign on right now to something that with some of the federal cases coming down are so barbaric and cruel, and there's no other word except for maybe cruel for it. And again, so thankful that we live in Santa Clara County and that we live in the state of California and that we have leadership at every level saying that that's unacceptable. But very important to get out there, and just wanted to give a shout out to Lincoln and urge our student board member to think of ways that, and there's probably plenty of other spaces that conversation needs to happen, and would love to hear more from them or from you on that. Thank you.
Any other comments from my colleagues before I make a comment and then make a motion? For me, this is an easy, just as a former teacher, someone who grew up around folks and some of my best friends who identify as LGBTQ+. I was hoping we'd hopefully get a 5-0 vote on this so that we could send a message to the community. But for me, I grew up, fun fact, my dad is a pastor. I grew up in the church. And the greatest commandment I learned is to love each other. And I think this resolution sends and shows love for our community. And the best way to live out my faith is to continue to love one another, because that is the greatest commandment that we have been given. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion for approval.
I would be so proud to make that motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Floor is open for discussion. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
All abstaining? Motion passes 4-1-0. We'll now move on to item I3, Schools of Tomorrow Implementation Update. Before we turn this over to staff, we do have some public comment. We have Jeff Benford, David Friedlander, Sammy Coppola, Jennifer Dupuy, and Travis Curran.
Again, Jeff Benford, parent at Albarran Elementary. Tonight, I expect we'll hear about what is going well, and what has been achieved in the execution of the Schools of Tomorrow decision, as we should. But I do hope, though, that we can also have an honest assessment of what has not gone so well. If you haven't already, you're going to hear stories of elementary school students receiving VTA tokens instead of district-provided busing that they deserve and were promised. You'll hear about traffic nightmares in the communities surrounding receiving schools, last-minute transfers and combo class realignments, symptoms of a rushed process. While I didn't agree with the decision, if the decision had to be made, it should have been executed well. And that means not rushing it, not ripping off the Band-Aid, engaging the community more than we did, putting more thought into the process. I hope that the stories that you're going to hear from the commenters after me will remind the current and future trustees of the lessons that we're learning from this very error-filled process. That's it. Thank you.
Under Hammer and Willowland Middle Parents. So in a recent Mercury News article, the S2T president stated that SOT would result in more resources and smaller class sizes for the schools. The district also promised full-time art and music, consolidated schools, and guaranteed transportation for multiple years. There were definitely some missteps. It's understandable in a rushed process, like Jeffrey said. But these were some of the tenets, the core tenets of Schools of Tomorrow that led the board to support it. In fact, all of them were deceived. For the schools to not get all of the resources that were promised. superintendent and the SGT president, forged a pact in secret. Class sizes increased at Willow Glen Elementary and other schools. And when the new school year started, 29 or 30 students filled 4 classrooms. Art and music classes were nowhere to be seen. Interventional specialists disappeared from some of the schools. FDC teachers were without the supplies and resources they desperately needed for their students. So I admit I borrowed from perhaps one of my favorite author and ever so slightly exaggerated some of the facts. But you should be no stranger to this sort of creativity because here in this room, 2.97 classes per grade does round up to 2. And while I'm pretty sure the no one forged a secret pact or a master ring or 5 rings, not all that I stated is fiction. There are schools without counselors. There are no interventional specialists at schools that should have them. And many students won't get art or music enrichment until much later in the fall, if at all. That's what we're hearing from teachers and parents, and we're hearing conflicting information, but we believe that what we're hearing on the ground is reasonable. So we still need transparency and accountability. This Grand Schools Tomorrow plan, is it working and where is it falling short? What can the district tell us about going on, what's going on? We need a red, yellow, green dashboard. Is it better than where we started?
Jennifer, Travis, Sammy, and we'll have Patricia come during this time too.
Jennifer Dupuy. Hi, my concerns today are related to the bylaws of the Asset Management Committee, which is currently accepting applications to determine how the school district should use the surplus properties created when the schools of tomorrow closed 5 elementary schools last year. The Asset Management Committee bylaws, section 2.5C, the committee shall provide for hearings the community input of the committee on acceptable usage of space and real property, including the sale or lease of surplus real property for children development purposes pursuant to Educational Code, section 17458. I take issues with the bylaws specifically discussing the sale of surplus real property. We were told by district staff that the properties would not be sold for 10 years. They would be leased or used for the district to benefit the neighborhoods and local communities. There's a big difference between leasing properties and selling them. Please amend the bylaws to specifically remove the language for selling the properties from the Schools of Tomorrow closures as related to the Asset Management Committee. Thank you.
I'm gonna check some of them were submitted wrong, so I'll double check. So Patricia it'll be Travis, Sammy, Patricia, and then I'll look for the other one.
Travis Kern. When caught, Seth Reddy claimed to the Mercury News that the VTA passes for elementary school kids were issued in error. It made me wonder, how does one put something on letterhead in error? How does one go out of their way to purchase, organize, and mail out bus passes in error? At bare minimum, this is incompetent implementation. Trustees Castellanos and Collins, ahead of the manufactured presentation that Seth Reddy is going to use to manipulate you and the public, San Jose Unified families need you to be appropriately skeptical of this school closure rollout. Do you have any clue how far behind the district is on everything? A new law from last year has created training requirements for volunteers, but the district didn't put this information out until after the school year has started and did not offer Spanish versions of the training. Teachers didn't get all their boxes that were stored by the district, unless of course they were stored by helpful family members. SDC classes weren't provided sensory resources for their students, including for students forced to move schools. Infrastructure remains broken, including children being without learning devices until this week. Many parents weren't notified of their after-school care eligibility until the day before school. Calls to the district remain unanswered and not responded to. How much chaos is acceptable to inflict on teachers and children before you have the guts to speak up against Nancy Albarran's disastrous tenure? If you continue to get all your information from Superintendent Albarran and Seth Reddy, you will continue to be misinformed. Have you considered how easy it must be for them to get you to do exactly what they want? Not following? Consider how after manufacturing the entire Schools of Tomorrow process, centered around the fake problem of enrollment, in a district where that doesn't drive funding.
Thank you.
I'm not done.
I understand.
Months
Everyone will
later,
have 2
actually
minutes.
talked about a projected increase
So we
in
have
enrollment in
Patricia,
housing in the district.
followed by Paula Quesada Silver, and then
Brought it up
Sammy
like it
Cobb.
was nothing, knowing he could. They lied.
Thank
to
you, Travis.
you.
Everyone is
I'll
entitled to
tell
2
you when
minutes.
I'm finished.
Thank you, Travis. We're gonna keep the
They lie
meeting
to you to
going.
get what they want because
Thank
they
you,
don't
Travis.
respect you. Seth is about to lie through his presentation to present. the
Thank you,
district
Travis. We're
best
gonna
way
keep the
he can,
meeting going.
knowing you want
I
to challenge
understand.
him because it's what mother directed him to do.
Thank you.
Why don't you see the dishonesty and incompetence? in
Travis, we
your
need to keep the meeting going.
And
You
instead
had
of
2
focusing
minutes,
on
just
the
like
families
everyone
around
else said. So thank you, Travis.
Like, this is where we want to be right now.
Travis,
We have time as parents of
Travis,
young children, I'm almost done.
please let the meeting continue.
Like, we have time as parents of young children
Travis.
to be here policing school board members. You're an elected office.
Thank you, Travis.
Listening to our concerns and acting on them is your job.
Thank you.
Dismissing them and being subservient to a documented bully is not.
So up next, we have Patricia Palomares, Paula Quesada Silver, and then Sammy Cobb.
The district says that they know what they're doing, and the part is that you are not doing the right things. I've had to deal with parents, children, and directing them the best way that I could. And it was that a parent had 2 children, one at Horseman, one at Trace. One got transportation, the other one did not. Either she made a choice, one would be late, or the other one would be more later, or did not attend. She asked, if I do not take my child then to school, what's gonna happen to me as a parent? Well, this is the district's fault if anything happens. This is what I'm saying, that by closing the schools the way you did it was the wrong way. You should have closed 2 schools at a time to be prepared for the other ones to be closed as you desired. But at the same time, you closed the doors for many families, for many children. Many children still are in that loophole of not knowing even when they're at school, they don't feel safe. Horseman has lost kids. In one classroom, there's only 7 students. That means because the parents were getting bullied by the city. Also, that's another problem. There is no communication with the city of helping how to do the transportation. Or, for instance, I see the buses of San Jose Unified School District on 280 at 8:12 with kids inside. So what I'm saying, who's holding who accountable? Everybody says that you are doing a great job. We're not. If we were the parents to do a survey, you wouldn't like what we would bring out. But apparently, like the other day when we came to the meeting, everybody was here saying that they were doing a great job. We have parents where they're calling in, not getting the right information, not getting the right calls. So because of that, schools of tomorrow is not the right word.
Paula Quesada Silver, and then Sammy Cobb.
Good evening, my name is Paula, and I have been trying to make it to a meeting since April, May. It's pretty difficult for me to be here. I would love if you guys could have public comments over the phone. I have attended each meeting. I am a caregiver and a mother of 2 children with autism, one with profound needs, who, by the way, broke his AAC device over the summer, and I was told that he had to wait for his voice because you guys are closed over the summer. Well, my son's voice is not closed over the summer. He had a lot of behaviors due to that, and the communication was terrible. I'll forward that email to you guys. It took 24 minutes for me to get here. I live 1.9 miles away on heading in Monroe. That's pretty ridiculous. I had to rush. Thank you, Travis, for speaking up for me, and that's the only reason why I'm able to make a public comment. I'm pretty disappointed I was at a meeting at Allen at Steinbach this morning. We found out a few weeks ago that we were not gonna have a field. There's a special day school there, with kids with different needs. And they love that field. I was told today that it's gonna take 4 to 6 months to get the field fixed. And, our principal told us that since she started at Allen, she's been trying to get it fixed. She started July of 2021. I have not heard you guys once mention the Lincoln Pool. You were there giving fist pumps to all the kids. That really pissed me off. Jose, you fist pumped my sister, Sean, who had the cuts and the ear infections, you know, at Lincoln High School. That was my respite person.
The last comment from Sammy Copeland.
Good evening, Sammy Copeland, Ashley Region President. I just wanted to take a couple of minutes tonight to recognize the AFSCME membership for the job that they did for getting the schools of tomorrow ready for the first day of school. Okay, I have members that worked 12-hour shifts, 16-hour shifts, 7 days a week to make sure that these schools were in tip-top shape for the students to be able to be received in. And even though, you know, there were punch lists after punch lists and they continued to grow, the membership did not get discouraged. They kept chipping away at it. And when it came time for day one of the school year to start, these schools of tomorrow were ready. I have heard nothing but thanks and appreciation from everybody, from the superintendent all the way through the senior leadership, from the principals to the kids at these sites that have said, wow, my school looks great, thank you so much. So with that being said, I just want to speak to the commitment and the dedication that the AFSCME membership has had to delivering. When the bell was rang, they answered it, okay? And from a union perspective, I'm honored to represent you.
So that does conclude our public comment for item 3. I'm going to turn this over to staff for a presentation, and then the board can ask questions and make comments. I'll turn it over to staff for item 3, schools tomorrow implementation.
Thank you, President Magana. Just a couple of notes here. We have multiple slide advancers or clickers that none of them are working right now. So we're going to have to just advance the slides manually through some verbal cues. And so stick with us for that. It looks like if you can go back to the start of the slideshow, please. Over there. Great. I'm going to be doing part of this update. Associate Superintendent Lax will be doing part of the update. And we have 3 folks joining us up here at the table as well. And Tracy, if one of you can grab the public comment. That as well. I'll have them introduce themselves as we go through the presentation. So before I jump into the content, I want to acknowledge and thank the students, families, and staff from our closed and relocating schools. We know that this was and still is a transition, in some cases a significant transition for you, and we're grateful for the collaboration, for reaching out when you need support, and for supporting each other through this process. Our focus has been on making this transition as smooth as possible and upholding the commitments that we made during the Schools of Tomorrow process. And that's what this update will cover tonight. Additionally, I want to thank all of the staff who recognized the importance of this transition and who went above and beyond in the spring, the summer, and now these first 2 weeks of school to do all the work that you'll hear about tonight and to support our students, families, and staff with this transition. The update tonight will build on the one that we had on June 25th at the end of last school year, and focus again on the published list, if you could advance the slide deck, please. The published list of commitments that we made during the Schools of Tomorrow process, as well as the 14 recommendations that the Schools of Tomorrow Implementation Committee made to all of you that you adopted as part of the resolution. The commitments that we set out were made early on in the process to provide certainty where we could about what would happen for our students, families, and staff during this process, provide clarity on what to expect, and then as an accountability mechanism for you all and for us as we progress with the transition. So we'll provide updates on those commitments and recommendations and additional relevant work streams where they exist. The update will cover what's done, what we still have left to do, areas where we fell short, opportunities to improve, and things where we're going to continue working on as we go through this school year. Just as a note, we won't be giving an update on the ones that we talked about on June 25th, where there's no other action required, where we gave a full update on that commitment. And so I just wanted to note that go through. That recording is available for anybody who wants to listen to that. Next slide, please. So I'll start with our commitment for priority for intra-district transfer requests for students that were affected by this process. As we reported on June 25th, there were 118 students who did not get their request because of space at the school that they requested. For those students, we've continued to monitor space over the summer and work to move those students to their requested site if possible. Obviously, there are families who turn it down or can change their mind, and so we've been working through that throughout the summer and the start of this year. This week, we're in the process of offering 31 of those students spots at their requested site. Obviously, we know that school has started, and so some families may not want to move their student at this point, but we will be continuing to monitor where there is space available for the students that requested a site that they did not get and offer those spots as they come available. And next slide, please. So the next steps on this commitment are the same as they were in June and the same as the update I just gave. We'll continue to monitor the space and collaborate with families on offering spots when there are spots that exist both for this school year and then give them an opportunity to, again, if they wanted to request for the following school year, to do that as well. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Jody to give us an update on the instructional program and specific to school staffing.
So I want to be clear that this update is for the 5 schools that received another school. We call them consolidated schools. An important part of the work that we committed to is to strengthening their instructional program. And so for these 5 schools, they each have a full-time instructional coach. They each have 2 full-time counselors, and they each have at least 1 intervention specialist. Additionally, they had additional FTE or full-time equivalent staffing available that they wanted to add even more arts programs. And so Ann Darling has an additional music teacher, and we are still trying to hire for the additional positions at Horace Mann and Washington. They were trying to get theater and dance. If you know anyone who's interested in that, we are actively recruiting for those positions. Horace Mann received Gardner students, and so the 2-way bilingual immersion program is now at Horace Mann. And Washington has always been an ALA school, which is academic language acquisition. The update on enrollment, when we talked about this in the spring, we knew that we had some lower numbers, and so our staff were actively recruiting because we know these are valuable programs and we want our families to be able to take full advantage of them. So at the end of May, we had 28 students enrolled in the 48 available 2-way kindergarten seats at Horace Mann. Because of the timing of the consolidation, some of the families may have missed the original orientation dates. And so our team from curriculum instruction reached out directly to more than 40 families who had enrolled in SEI, which is the Structured English Immersion Program, to make sure that they understood what the 2-way option was. Those conversations happened both in Spanish, they happen in Spanish or English based on the family's preference. And then following that outreach, our kindergarten enrollment increased from 28 to 44 of the 48 seats at Horace Mann. We use the same approach for the TK at Horace Mann, which is now has 32 of the 40 seats filled. We're very happy with that progress. We took a similar approach with the ALA program at Washington. We wanted to make sure that all of the Lowell families who used to have ALA a while ago, or quite a bit of time ago, and even the families that were at Washington who may not be aware of the opportunity. So our team reached out with them. They met with families at Lowell and then followed up directly with any incoming TK and kindergarten families. Washington now has 23 of the 24 kindergarten seats filled and 19 of the 20 TK seats filled. We'll continue to monitor enrollment, reach out directly to families as they enroll. Our goal is to make sure that our families understand the available options to them and are able to make the possible, the choice that is the most appropriate for their child. So this is the update center in our commitments, and this was one of the commitments we made from STIC, which was. Oh. Okay, so focusing on updates to the commitments from the recommendation that came to the board. We had talked about ensuring that we were using data to determine the impact to students, and so make sure I'm not missing any of these pieces. So any of the students who change schools, and the data that we're looking at is attendance, any relevant behavior data, use of transportation, ELOP, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, when applicable, and any relevant academic performance data. So the agreement was, or the commitment was to make sure that we looked at this at the end of each year. In order to support that work, we flagged every student affected by school consolidation or program relocation in our student information system. This will allow us to track how those students are doing over the next 3 years. And we will review the data at the end of this year and include what we learned in a future update for the board. But I want to be clear that we're not waiting for the end of the year for this data review. Our purpose is not just to collect the data, not just to provide a report, but we want to identify trends early. We want to understand what the data is telling us about our students and make sure that we're responding when we see something that needs our attention. So we will use a continuous improvement cycle to regularly review the data, determine whether our strategies and supports are working, and make adjustments when needed, and monitor the impact of those changes. Ultimately, the goal is to understand how students are doing over time and respond to what we learn along the way rather than waiting until the end of the 3 years to determine the impact.
I'll give just a brief update on this before turning it over to Jody for the more important part. Just from a purely accounting perspective, one of the commitments was to provide 2 times the usual per pupil funding to our consolidated, or to our combined schools. And so we provided those funds on July 1st when we moved into the new fiscal year, and Jody's going to talk a little bit about the transition and integration work that those dollars are intended to support.
So the schools are all using these funds in a variety of different ways. They have done a lot of activities to start the school year off in order to make sure that families are welcome. I know the Horseman Ice Cream Social was a big hit. The schools have been using have gotten a lot of input from their communities in order to determine what is the best way to do that. And primarily, they were looking at different opportunities to engage with families before school started, help the new students understand and feel more comfortable and confident on the campus, and to feel engaged in the process, at least at a starting point. We know that it takes time to feel comfortable in a new location, but the funds were used primarily for those types of activities. So an important part of this transition work happened around culture and climate. We know that bringing 2 school communities together is more than just moving from one facility to another. We need to be intentional about creating one community while recognizing that the history and experience of each community that they bring with them. We partnered with the National Equity Project to provide dedicated support throughout the transition. 5 senior coaches were assigned across our 5 peers of schools. In May, they met with the principals of all of the 10 schools and spent time at each closing school listening to families, teachers, and classified staff. That was followed by several planning sessions with our co-principals in June and July, focusing on how they would lead together and prepare for the opening of school. The coaches were also on campus during the opening weeks, supporting staff in community meetings and helping create opportunities for people to connect and build relationships. That work will continue throughout this first semester at the schools as they develop their culture and climate structures and create new agreements together. The goal is not for one school community to simply join another. It is to preserve what matters from both communities while intentionally building a new school community together.
Great, thank you. I'm going to start the update for transportation, and then we have our Director of Student Operational Services, Joe Case, here as well, who's going to provide some additional details. So just a brief review of the commitment around transportation. It's a bus option for students who live outside the walk zone of their newly assigned school for the entirety of their elementary school career, unless the board takes action because of the operational or financial cost to do that in the future. But as I shared in the June 25th update, in terms of the uptake that we saw for this year at least, we feel very confident we can continue to provide this without any challenges moving forward. As a review for the school year, we had 736 students who were offered the transportation from the closed schools, and of these, 146, or about 20% of the students, requested transportation by the initial deadline of April 17th. We extended the deadline until July 13th and tried to get more folks on board, made some calls to specific communities to offer it, and continued to process requests that came in after that date. As of the first day of school, we had the 163 students who qualified and requested transportation. The families of 153 of those 163 students were notified by July 31st and provided details for their San Jose Unified provided transportation, bus passes, information about the routes, etc. We heard it in public comment too, saw the news story. We fell short with 10 students. We had a misapplication of the policies that we have for those 10 students, and they received incorrect information about their transportation. I take responsibility for that. We have an expectation that we don't make any mistakes, we don't make any errors, especially with something this important. When they do happen though, we want to fix it right away. So when we were notified on the first day of school with a question that made us realize the mistake, we identified the 10 students, called those families by the end of the day on the first day of school, apologized for any stress that it caused them or any uncertainty that caused them, and made sure that they knew that the next day they could come to the bus stop and be on the bus. I do want to note that no student is ever turned away from San Jose Unified provided transportation. If you're at a bus stop, we take you to school, or we take you home, and then we figure out from there with your family if there are any mistakes or anything that needs to be worked out through that. Additionally, as it relates to the bus options, we're excited that we've been able to continue to put students on routes who are students who did not qualify for this commitment. So those would be students who live in the attendance boundary of the old school or the attendance boundary of the new school, who either live within the walk zone or don't qualify for the transportation. All of those students can now utilize the transportation. We've been soliciting applications, telling them that it's available, and routing the students on the buses as they apply. So it's an ongoing process. Every day is a little different. We have folks who sign up for it and then decide to drop off. But as of last week, when we pulled the data for this presentation, we had 197 students that were routed on the bus. Of course, how many students actually ride each day depends on how many students ride each day, and that number changes every day as more sign up, more students drop off. So next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Jill to take us through these.
Hello, everybody. So as part of our work to support the students who this might be the first time they'd be riding a school bus, we made videos for each stop showing the families where the stop would be and what it would be like to ride the bus. We made a version in English and Spanish for each school, and we'd like to play the video we made for Canoas, our Spanish video, just for you to see.
Hola, soy Nereida. Bienvenidos a su nueva parada de autobús escolar. Estamos emocionados de ayudar a su estudiante a ir y venir de la escuela de manera segura este año escolar. Este breve video les mostrará qué esperar cada mañana y tarde. Si su estudiante fue aprobado para el transporte, recibirá un pase de autobús por correo con sus horarios asignados, de recogida y entregada. Tenga en cuenta que estos horarios pueden cambiar ligeramente a lo largo del año escolar, a medida que ajustemos las rutas según la cantidad de pasajeros. Cuando llegue, uno de nuestros asistentes de parada de autobús le dará la bienvenida. Están aquí todos los días para ayudar a los estudiantes a subir al autobús de forma segura y responder cualquier pregunta. Cuando llegue al autobús, haga fila y espere las instrucciones del asistente de la parada de autobús. Tenga su pase de autobús listo si tiene uno. Espere hasta que se abra la puerta del autobús antes de subir. Una vez en el autobús, busque un asiento disponible. Abróchate el cinturón de seguridad, permanezca sentados hasta que el autobús llegue a la escuela. Al final del día escolar, el autobús regresará a esta misma parada. Nuestro asistente de parada de autobús estará aquí para supervisar a los estudiantes mientras bajan del autobús de forma segura. Gracias por vernos. Estamos emocionados de darle la bienvenida a su estudiante a bordo este año escolar. Si tiene alguna pregunta sobre transportación, comuníquese con nuestro departamento de transporte a nuestro teléfono 408-535-6185 o por correo electrónico a transportation@sjusd.org. Esperamos verlos en la parada de autobús.
Those were a lot of fun to shoot, and our models and actors were exceptionally talented. Additionally, we wanted to make sure our families had support at the bus stop, because there could be large amounts of students there, and also that they might not be used to riding the bus. So our human resources team worked really hard with the principals at each of the receiving schools, and we were able to recruit instructional associates who ride the bus each day. We're there at the stop in the morning, ride the bus with the students, and then again on the way home, and are there with the students until the families are able to be there with them. And they're also there to answer any questions. And I've been out to several of the bus stops, and I have to say the instructional associates that were selected are just excellent and really supportive of our families. As was shared in the last update, I wasn't here, but the transportation team has met with the principals at all the receiving schools before school got out, or in the summer, to review the traffic and pick up and drop off and bus zones. We collaborated to come up with the best plan we could. And before the first day of school, we were able to have high visibility school signs installed in both directions at Horace Mann. They removed some parking meters and a loading zone to expand the passenger loading zones. At Washington, we were able to increase the passenger loading zone by moving the bus zone further up on Oak Street. And at Ernesto Galarza, we were able to add a passenger loading zone and bus zone on Willow Glen Way to support our special needs students. We have also requested crossing guards at the 3 schools that don't have them: Horace Mann, Washington, and Rachel Carson. As part of the request, we have to go out and do a student count of students using the crosswalks. We have completed those this week, so we'll be submitting the information to the city.
Next slide, please.
Our next steps are obviously continuing this work. We know that the work of refining pickup and drop-off zones at every school is going to take a while to get it working well. The top priorities right now are Horace Mann and Washington, given the neighborhoods that they're in, are highly urban areas with a lot of traffic. As we mentioned in the last update, we are continuing to work with the City of San Jose and City Council member Cordios to move forward with work to enhance traffic in these areas. And they are looking to build what they call an enhanced crosswalk at Washington, which is one where you can push the button and lights flash. The team in the City of San Jose has been exceptional. They told me that they would come out and revisit these areas 2 weeks after school started, so we could look at any sort of refinements we have to make. Today was 2 weeks, so today we had our first meeting at Washington Elementary and are looking again at the pickup drop-off zones, looking at ways we can use signage to help families manage traffic better. Next week, we'll be going to Horace Mann on Monday, Rachel Carson on Tuesday, and Darling on Wednesday, and Ernesto Galarza on Thursday. And then they've been very clear that we can start the process all over again if needed.
Great, thanks, Jill. I just want to add a little bit onto that too. I got an update from Councilmember Tortilla's office just right before this meeting. So we typically, enhanced crosswalks are funded by the city or city council members. Actually, I'm still a little bit confused how that all works, but we've offered to provide financial support for this particular project in Washington, just so there's no delays. And so reiterated that commitment today. Hopefully we'll have a follow-up meeting next week to get things moving on that particular enhanced crosswalk. That's the only one that's been identified by the city staff as one that they want to do, but as Jill said, with these observations at the other schools. We're hoping to continue to identify any other improvements that we make, and again, continue to offer our financial support where we can for getting those implemented as quickly as possible. I think this is an area that we want to continue to improve upon, as Joe mentioned. A lot of our larger schools, if you're at a school like Trace or schools of that size, and pick up and drop off, there's a lot of traffic, obviously, with more students, and so part of it is continuing to refine that. There's an aspect as well in the facility master plan process that I've talked about for upgrades we can make to the campus itself, whether that's adding a lane where it's possible, increasing parking, whatever it might be. That for each of these schools, our facility master plan process is looked at and will consider as part of the work that we might do with the measure our funds under the facility master plans. Let's go to the next slide, please. I'll turn it over to Jody.
Okay, so as we discussed at our last update, we committed to ensuring that any student affected by school closure would have access to the 9-hour expanded learning opportunity program. Invitations were sent to eligible families on April 17th with a registration deadline of May 15th. By July 31st, ELOC providers had contacted all families who submitted their registrations by the deadline. There were 284 students whose families responded to our survey by May 15th and who became eligible for ELOC specifically because of the process, because they came from affected schools. These students would not otherwise have been eligible based on income or English learner status. So of those 284 students, 246 enrolled in ELOC. 28 families declined a seat and 10 did not respond to our follow-up outreach. Every family that requested ELOC by the established deadline had a seat available on the first day of school. That deadline was important for us because our providers needed an accurate count of students to hire and ensure appropriate staffing was in place when school opened. We do know that families will continue to enroll and that additional requests will continue to come in after that deadline, but we also needed to ensure that we had the staff there for that successful first day. As of today, we have 27 affected students on ELOC waitlists. These are families who requested ELOC after the deadline. Our providers are actively hiring additional staff to expand access. We do know that takes time because new employees must complete the required hiring process before any additional students can be added. We will continue to monitor the wait list closely and work with our providers to add capacity as quickly as possible.
All right, next slide, please. I'm going to kick us off on the priority for facilities projects commitment, and then we have Tracy Morrison, our Director of Procurement, and Julie Anders, a manager for Department of Special Education, who are going to help with the remainder of that update. So as we discussed on June 25th, the commitment was for our receiving schools to have a priority component as part of our facility master plan process. We sent out our newsletter actually today, right before this meeting, and our facility master plan process includes a community engagement component. That'll happen in September and October, so I encourage folks to check out the newsletter for the dates for the schools that they're interested in attending for. I won't go into more detail with that. Folks can listen to the recording of the June 25th meeting to understand that commitment and how that's going to be implemented through the facility master plan process. But as I also talked about in June, we wanted to go beyond that commitment and complete the facility upgrades that would support the transition of students, families, and staff to the new school locations. Families received an update on July 31st, and each community got a separate, unique update that included a list of the work that was done at their school so that they would know what to expect when they came back to campus in the fall. Next slide, please. I want to highlight two of the specific recommendations that the Schools of Tomorrow Implementation Committee made to the board that was adopted as part of this process to make sure we talk explicitly about those. They had to do first with special day class programs and second transitional, directing us to collaborate with schools that were receiving either of these programs to make sure that the current level of facilities that staff and students had were reflected at the new school. And so in order to uphold this, our facilities maintenance and operations team did work where needed to uphold those commitments to have a similar level of facilities. And so just specifically so that we have it documented for Ann Darling, we remodeled 2 rooms that had previously been leased to Santa Clara County Office of Education and updated them to be TK classrooms, and you'll see some pictures a little bit later. And as part of that, we raised the perimeter fence height around those to reflect or to be the same height as adjacent fencing lowered restroom fixtures, which is important in TK, and then replaced classroom cabinets that were needed for the TK program. At Horace Mann, we replaced the restroom flooring in 5 TK classroom restrooms just to ensure that those restrooms were available and ready. At Ernesto Galarza, for the classrooms housing our specialized autism program, first off, the Department of Special Education collaborated with our facilities team and the site administration to identify the classrooms that were best suited for the program. And then we replaced flooring, installed whiteboards and projectors, painted where necessary for all the classrooms, and because of the unique instructional model for that program that you'll hear a little bit about later, we installed new partitions that are necessary for those classes and standardize and upgrade the storage equipment in each classroom. And then at Rachel Carson, we had replaced flooring in 3 TK classrooms, including 1 special day class TK program, and added projectors and paint where needed so that on the first day of school for these 2 types of programs consistent with those recommendations that you adopted, we were ready for the first day of school. So I'm going to turn it over to Tracy and Julie to walk through some of the highlights at each site, but I think before that I'll have Julie just give a summary of the work we did to transition families and students outside of just the facilities that were in our special day class programs.
Good evening, Julie Anders, Manager of Special Education. As Seth mentioned, the Schools of Tomorrow Implementation Committee discussed and made a recommendation regarding different levels of support needed for families of students in special day class program. Julie, can you get closer to the line? Closer, is that better? Okay. As a special education teacher myself, who taught in this specialized SDC autism program for 12 years, then supported this program as a program specialist, I recognized the importance of that higher level of support and worked with my team through the spring and summer to make as smooth a transition as possible for our students in special day class programs and their families. In the spring, Amy DiDario, another manager in special education, and I personally contacted the families of students from the SDC programs at Terrell, Canoas, as well as the preschool families at Lowell who are transitioning to new school sites. The individual conversations provided families with an opportunity to ask questions, share concerns, and receive direct support through the transition process tailored to their students' unique situations. The feedback from those conversations was positive, and we were able to individualize our support. I want to highlight some examples of additional support provided for each of these 3 transitioning special day class programs. At Reed, Principal Jennifer Ponzio hosted multiple site tours for incoming families from the SDC program, helping families become familiar with the new school environment and supporting a smooth transition for students. For the specialized autism program transitioning from Canoas to Galarza, the site administrators, teachers, and special education staff collaborated on hosting an open house on July 31st for all incoming SDC families. Families were able to tour the new classrooms, playground area, and designated parent and bus pickup and drop-off locations. I helped plan and attended this event, and it was a great way to kick off the school year. Families provided positive feedback on the classroom design and layout, new furniture, and the classroom locations within the school. For the preschool program transitioning from Lowell to Grant, the special education department partnered with the staff in those programs over the summer to identify program improvements and strengthen supports for upcoming school year. This included planning for curriculum, training, and behavioral support to ensure staff is well prepared to meet students' needs and establish strong, successful program.
I think we'll go to the next slide. We'll have Tracy give us some highlights of each of the facilities and some of the work that was done.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to provide an overview of the facility and campus work done to prepare for the start of the school year. As we discussed in the June update, our facilities and construction, maintenance, grounds, special education, curriculum and instruction, and technology teams work together to prepare our facilities and campuses for the start of the school year. At Ann Darling, next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Next slide.
Next slide.
We completed a variety of projects to refresh over 20 classrooms and workspaces, which included interior wall painting, cabinet repairs, ceiling tile replacements, and door repainting as needed. We replaced flooring in classrooms 7, 10, and 19. Next slide.
One more, I think. Put it on the circle.
We replaced damaged sidewalk concrete between the parking lot and the two-story building and repainted all parking lot striping and playground game lines, including a brand new 1 to 100 number chart painted on the blacktop. At Horace Mann Elementary, we upgraded the multi-purpose room lighting to modern LED fixtures. Here's an example. Made classroom and furniture repairs in more than 10 classrooms. We also replaced restroom flooring in the 5 TK restrooms. We refreshed the blacktop game lines and the US map in addition to repainting parking lot striping. At Washington, our team refreshed the main school entrance by updating the landscaping and repainting the front entrance signs. Next slide. We replaced the security fencing around the HVAC units. We paved the outdoor student lunch area and installed new picnic tables and completed a variety of repair and refresh work in the classrooms across the campus, including significant interior and exterior painting. At Ernesto Galarza Elementary, as Seth mentioned, we completed work in support of the TK and special day classrooms that you can see in the next 3 slides. We also made improvements outside the classroom where we added fencing, raised the height of some existing fencing, removed push bars from 3 exterior exits that do not require them, and installed code-compliant delayed push bar hardware at doors in the multipurpose room. For a playground used by the TK classes, we replaced the decorative rocks at a concrete path to increase safety. We also repainted parts of classrooms across the campus.
Juliana, if you want to give a little bit of a perspective, dollars in particular.
Yeah, just as I mentioned, I was a teacher in that program for many years, so it's near and dear to my heart. I want to highlight 2 important ways that facilities supported the instructional program of these SDC programs. First, as you saw in the pictures, the Galarza Autism SDC program is specially designed with the partitions, and that's mainly to minimize the visual distractions, sometimes the auditory distractions, sometimes giving students boundaries of where their bodies need to be. So the transition provided us with an opportunity to improve the classrooms that we had at Canoas by installing those new partitions, but also collaborating with the teachers there to find out anything different that they wanted within the design. Some of the input they gave us was they would like more room for group instruction, small group instructions. We were able to utilize that. We added storage space for the teachers that was desperately needed. And we standardized the cubbies that you see in each learning space with matching bookcases, bins for materials, for everything to be organized for the students. The second way, for the needs in this program, some of our students are learning how to self-regulate, how to transition independently from one place to another, such as the classroom to recess. And so some of our students need some of those physical barriers or visual barriers, such as the fencing or the higher fencing and the secured gates. The addition of these strengthened the safety measures for students by creating a more secure campus environment and reducing the risk of these students possibly leaving the designated school areas.
At Rachel Carson, We constructed 3 new offices in the previously leased portable space for specialized small group learning spaces. We also built a dedicated co-principal office in the administrative area and added connecting doors between classrooms and small group instruction rooms in 6 rooms. We installed interactive touch whiteboards and projectors in over 10 classrooms. Added a motorized screen and projector in the media center, and upgraded the multi-purpose room lighting to energy-efficient LED fixtures. We replaced 9 solid wood doors with windowed view light doors, and replaced damaged asphalt paths with new concrete walkways on the playground as well as exterior painting. At Hammer Montessori at Gardner, we upgraded the audio-visual setup in the multi-purpose room with a new projector, projection screen, and sound system. We completed repainting and repair work in the classrooms across the campus and added backpack hooks for 11 classrooms. We also repainted the parking lot striping and blacktop game lines and added new landscaping along the main front office.
I'm going to talk about our 2 schools that received programs, as Julie talked a little bit about. But the first is Reed, that received 12 students in our specialized, what we call our FIT program from Terrell Elementary. And so at Reed Elementary, we installed, mounted the ceiling projectors, which helps in the classroom and the rooms for the FIT program, repainted them as needed, and replaced ceiling tiles also as needed. And then, as Julie, I think, mentioned too, we resurfaced the blacktop area to support all students, but particularly our students who are in wheelchairs, which our FIT program typically has several students with those needs. Grant Elementary, as Julie talked about, received our special day class preschool program. Most students in that program were only there for 1 year, so there weren't a lot of students transitioning to the new location because most transitioned to TK after 1 year in preschool, and it's the only preschool program in our district, our special day class program. And so we remodeled an unused portable on campus for the program. Those spaces hadn't been used, so there was a decent amount of work involved in installing the cabinetry and casework that you need in the classroom, doing new flooring, updating the plumbing systems, including making sure that the restroom fixtures were the right height for preschool students, replacing HVAC units, replacing and installing audiovisual equipment, and then updating the doors and windows for those classrooms. So you can see those pictures here. All right, so that covers the facility upgrades that were made on the first day of school. We're continuing as we are with all work streams, just on anything that comes up in those areas. One of the things we didn't talk about specifically in the pictures is that we know is always a concern at the start of the year is we have very aging infrastructure, as you all know from our facility condition assessment that the bond will help address. Some of that infrastructure is HVAC units. HVAC at the start of the year is always something that we try to make sure it's functioning as best it can. And repair things as needed. So at each of these sites, we also did load testing of all the HVAC units before the start of the school year and made repairs that we identified. Of course, at the start of the school year, that didn't prevent a few things from happening where air conditioning was out for a period of time, but we got staff on it quickly and we're utilizing also contracted expertise to help resolve those issues, not just at those schools, but across the district as quickly as possible. I think you can go back 1 slide, please. Just a few other updates on facilities. I want to follow up on the update we gave in June about the packing and moving process, because that's obviously a really big part of this transition. I want to again just extend my appreciation and thanks to all of the employees that had to transition and their collaboration in packing up their things and helping with all the work that was required to move. As we covered in June, the relocation process has 3 phases. First phase is we relocate the items for employees who are staying at the same location but moving classrooms internally. The second phase is our operations team. After that happens, our operations team then completes a deep cleaning of the campus like we do each year. The second phase was then moving furniture and items from one school to another to have that happen. And as we shared in the last update, those 2 phases were all done in June. The third phase, which is the final one, has to take place after both our special education extended school year ends at the end of June, credit recovery program, well, not in this case, but any other summer programs that are happening at those schools at the end of June. And then our expanded learning opportunities program now runs into the middle of July. And so a lot of times we have to wait to start some of the work until those programs are off the campus. And so it was happening concurrently, but a lot of that third phase happens after all of those programs are done. And that's when major construction projects are completed and the final moves of all the materials to the right spots is done. The timeline varied depending on sites for this, depending on how much work there was to be done, how many ELOP classrooms were being used. Once classroom workspaces were ready, we had a team from operations, facilities, maintenance, curriculum and instruction, San Jose Teachers Association, and if relevant, special education staff who did workspace by workspace walks to ensure that, or to make sure all of the items were there and identify anything that was missing. Audited the number of boxes that were delivered, the furniture that was there, is the grade level appropriate, is the right number of desks for the class, etc. Identified work that we needed to do, and then did that work, and then released the classrooms or workspaces when they were ready, with the goal, obviously, of being to release them as soon as possible. We started releasing classrooms in early July, but it did really vary for the different schools and the individual workspaces. We did all this work throughout July. We're able to release almost all the classrooms and workspaces by July 27th. Had a few that required work after that we got ready, but we had everything released and ready to go for the first day of school and staff back in their classroom. In some cases, we had staff come in while work was still ongoing, and appreciate the patience that those folks showed as we got the classrooms ready for the first day of school. In terms of what happened after the move from a packing perspective, we provided unpacking support for any employees that requested it. We had just 24 requests for unpacking support, but I think that number is much smaller because our operations team actually decided to be proactive and place several staff members at each school during the time periods that we knew would be busy based on when classrooms and workspaces were released. And I know that they did great work walking around, providing their services, helping unpack, helping move things, whatever it might be, in addition to the custodial team that's on site as part of their role. We also provided staff with a survey to report any items that were missing or to request furniture, as sometimes happens at the start of the year when you get into a new space. Excuse me. We moved the belongings of 191 certificated staff members, so some of them had over 200 boxes, and materials and supplies from the 5 closing schools and 1 relocating campus. I talked a little bit earlier about we have high expectations for ourselves in terms of not making any mistakes and errors, but they are going to happen. So of the moves that happened, we were notified of 40 missing items across our district as of August 10th, which is when I pulled the data for this presentation. We've had 2 come in since then, and we'll keep that reporting mechanism open throughout the school year. Of the 40, 5 were for district-issued technology items that we had actually collected, inventoried, repaired, and were going to redistribute, so we got those taken care of pretty quickly. Of the 35 that remained, we've located 12 of them by August 10th, and then we had 23 that were still missing as of August 10th. And so we were able to, after that, locate 5 more. So it took us down to 18 that were really missing that we couldn't locate for people. And so I've been working with each staff member since then to identify what was missing and order replacements for them. So most of the items have been ordered. There's a few people I haven't heard back from yet. I'm going to try to swing by in person tomorrow and catch them. And most of the stuff should be coming next week that we can then distribute to folks who requested it. Go to the next slide. Here's 2 other things on facilities. One of the other recommendations that the Schools of Tomorrow Implementation Committee made that the board adopted was around staff parking at schools to ensure that we were looking at all opportunities for staff parking. We've had really the staff at Horace Mann has expressed an interest in expanded parking for their itinerant staff and also for the after-school program providers. So we've been able to work with the after-school program providers to figure out a solution for them to ensure that they have parking nearby and can use that. So those are our ELOP providers or other providers of programs like that. And then we have 2 options for staff if folks want to be able to park somewhere else to free up spots in the staff parking lot. The 4th Street parking garage, which is nearby. And we've also partnered with the San Jose First Methodist Church to rent spots in their lot right next to Horace Mann on 6th Street. So I'll be working with Principal Gonzalez on his staff to identify anybody who wants to park there instead of the staff parking lot and free up some spots in the staff parking lot. And we'll continue, of course, if there's any other requests in any other schools to work on that item to pursue solutions like that at the other sites. And then one of the other pieces was establishing the Asset Management Advisory Committee, which we did in June 11th. We launched the application first to our combined school communities on July 31st, and then shortly thereafter had our principals included in their weekly communications to families during the first 2 weeks of school. The information was also in the in the newsletter that went out this afternoon. We also sent the application to neighborhood and business associations that are on file with the city of San Jose, and to elected leaders to send to their constituents and their members. I do want to just thank the public commenter with the keen eye for the bylaws and just offer just a little bit of clarification and thank her. The bylaws were intended to reflect the requirements set forth by Education Code, but you all did adopt one of the recommendations, which is to not sell the land for 10 years, something that we intend to uphold. And so I think in the first meeting, potentially, of that committee, we might want to look at those bylaws and talk to our attorneys about is there a possibility to update those, or at least to put a note on those so that we know that we're upholding what's in Education Code, but we also have this commitment that all of you made. And so the timeline for the Asset Management Advisory Committee application is September 24th to apply. And I'm sorry, not September 24th, September 5th to apply. And then there's a process that's laid out in the materials on how folks will be selected when they'll be notified, which is September 21st. Next slide, please. Want to just give a brief update on the facility master plan and what folks can expect. I talked about how the commitment is for the receiving school to have priority in that process. And so the newsletter today had the community input sessions that'll happen in both September and October for all of the schools across our district. And so we'd encourage folks to attend those. There will be interpretation provided, of course, at those. And also if folks can't make it, there will be an opportunity to provide feedback digitally that is similar to what we would get in the community engagement sessions, but we'd love to have folks come out in person. And so as we progress through that, you all will see and have presentations on the facility master plan and the rubric and how that priority for those receiving sites is worked into it. And finally, last commitment I just want to highlight, next slide please, was we committed to, for staff that were affected by this process that had to move locations, if they were still employed with us on the first day of school, that they would get a one-time payment. So that was made on August 17th, this Monday, to staff. And so that one has been upheld, and want to thank the staff again for their collaboration and partnership as we moved folks around to new positions or new locations. So next slide, please. That is our update for tonight. I just want to end again with a huge thank you and level of gratitude for our families, students, and staff that were affected by this process and their continued collaboration. It's not about being right, it's about getting it right, and we want to make sure we continue to support them throughout this process. We know it's going to be not just this week, not just next week, not just this year, but probably a process that extends for multiple years. And as hopefully tonight's presentation show, we take the commitments we make very seriously. When we fall short, we want to acknowledge that. We want to fix it as quickly as possible and continue to make this transition as smooth as possible. So with that, we have our folks up here still, and we'll take any questions that you have.
Can I add one piece that I think is important? And I think some of it was mentioned, but I really want to thank all of the directors and managers, central office staff that have been out at the bus stops doing bus supervision for the first 2 weeks. Some of the board members have joined me, being there in the morning from the time parents drop off, and then at pickup, gave us an opportunity to really talk with families and really gain perspective of how those the first few days were going. And I just really, whoever thought of that idea, I think was really incredible, because it allowed us to be on the front line from the time students were picked up, to also connect with the instructional associates, ask them what they're seeing, and also connect with the bus drivers. And so just thank you for that idea, because it really, I think, going to the field and interacting with families and the students and the employees that are working in this capacity was really important to really understand and refine some of the pieces. So a big thank you to all of the individuals that are in this room that did that. I think it was really beneficial, and it just goes to speak how people did this collaboratively, and the transition, I think, really shows at the schools.
All right, so this is an informational item. I'm going to start with to my right, Trustee Castellanos, and then Trustee Gribstad for questions and comments.
So thank you for the update. I will say that it was heroic staff that put this together. It was a lot. And I was on the first day of school at Darling, and I saw happy kids. I went into the third grade classroom. I went into a TK classroom. I saw a poor TK child totally stressed, and I saw staff completely calm to help this child get ready for this transition in this new step in her life. So I just saw staff completely committed. I saw a beautiful school. I walked into the third grade classroom, and it was a beautiful thing to see. Driving there was really difficult because traffic was crazy because I live on the Empire Garden site. But there was a lot of beauty in that first day of school. And I just want to say, I know that staff was heroic to get us there. The other thing that I will add is I've been to 2 bus stop sites. One was at Empire Gardens where there was 26 children that got on the bus. And because I had been there on the first day of school and I saw how stressful it was, and I remembered when I used to drop my kids off at school and I was always stressed out in the morning because I was always going to be late with the kids. And so I'm interested in knowing how we're reminding parents that this is an option. Because when I saw the kids get on the bus stop in front of Empire Gardens, they were relaxed, the kids were excited, the parents waited till the bus left. When I think she was a kindergartner, had drawn her picture that she gave to the bus driver because she was so excited about being there, and they're very happy to get on the bus. And so I want to know how we're reminding the parents who haven't accessed it yet or forgot to access it yet or so overwhelmed with life that they didn't follow up, how we're reminding them again that this is something that they can do. Because I saw a total reduction in stress for parents who got on the bus versus the ones that were trying to get to school on time. Because I know I got stuck in traffic and then I parked across the street because there's so many cars going in and out and the bus is going in and out that I'm like, ooh, I don't want to get in the way when people are in such a rush. So that's my question in terms of people who did sign up on time, who haven't realized this is an option, who need to be reminded, and I love that video, I had not seen that video until today. And how did we distribute that video? And how are we, it triggered for me the thought, are we having our parent liaisons also talk to parents about their options in terms of getting the kids to school at our consolidated schools? Because I think it's a wonderful opportunity for our students. I also went to Lowell for one of the bus stops there, and there was only 3 kids that got on that bus stop. So I want to make sure that we continuously offer this opportunity because we have the bus drivers there and we have the seats there so that parents can realize that, oh yeah, I can relax in the morning and take the kids to the bus stop. And I also appreciated that at Lowell that there was broken glass around that area and that I saw the staff right away communicate, hey, we need to pick up this broken glass that's here on the public sidewalk. So I just wanted to ask that.
Yeah, I'll answer, I think, everything you asked, but let me know if I miss anything. First, just on the last point that you made, our grounds team, they're still going to continue their normal rounds to upkeep the exterior of the closed schools, and we've made a point this week to ensure that they know where the bus stops are so that they can police, just sweep by those too and catch anything because they're usually out there pretty early in the morning. They don't go to every school every day. So we'll continue to have the instructional associates who are riding, identifying
Yeah, and it was
the
wonderful
issues.
to have staff there.
Yeah, and they can let us know, and we can send out a variety of folks that we have that can take care of anything that comes up at those bus stops, but our grounds crew will do proactive sweeps when they are out servicing the sites. The videos were disseminated through the Parent Square updates that went to the communities, and so that particular one was unique to each school, so they received the videos for their school. For the Empire boundary in particular, Jill's team called each of those families before school to reiterate, because we had a small number of folks that applied, and so we wanted to make sure, and that increased the number, and it's actually been increasing since then. We've worked with the principals for them to provide updates to their community, because those are typically, I think, the ones families are reading at this point, to continue to offer it. But Jill and I were just having a conversation today about how we can continue to do that and maybe make that more robust to ensure that families know it's an option still and that there's space if they haven't signed up and to get them on. And then, of course, we have folks applying still every day. And by applying, it's really just telling us that they're riding, so we need to know who's riding. It's not necessarily that there's an application process at all.
Can I add one thing to that? I know I talked to a few parents that first day and they had signed up for transportation, but it wasn't going to be every day. Some families were not going to be using it every day, and others mentioned that they wanted to drive them in the first few days and then, start taking the bus. So I did see an uptick. I was at the San Jose High stop and we had one student and then, 2 days later there were 3. And I know going over to the Empire bus stop, there was a lot more students and I would agree parents were very appreciative and one even said, I really liked it. We still just walk here and the bus is here and it's on time and they can be, and the ride is short. So I think that was another thing parents shared, that they appreciated that they were getting there and there was only one stop before getting to, it would stop at San Jose High before it got to Albarran. So I think that hearing, especially if they're, the parent I was talking to was in TK and in kindergarten. So that was really important, but the kids were really excited to be riding the bus. There was a lot of picture taking in front of the bus with their passes. And just, stuffed animals were brought. I know Peter Park drove some over I was at another stop and he came over, so thank you for that too.
Okay, so my other question is, in terms of this asset management advisory committee, what are we doing to make sure we recruit impacted parents either in the schools that were, in both schools that were consolidated? Because obviously we consolidated 5 into, we had consolidated 5, but both communities were impacted. So what are we doing to recruit those parents in particular?
Yeah,
Or those neighborhood people in particular?
Yeah, we've asked our site leaders to include it in their communications when they're talking with their families. And I also am going to talk with Rigo Palacios, our manager of family engagement. Just yesterday, I was having a conversation that sparked that too, to see what we might be able to do to even further get that out through the other channels. I do think, we sent it out through Parent Square, obviously, right? And those channels, at this point, I think a lot of families are focusing on what's happening at their particular school and whether they're picking up and drop off or when they're reading communications from their principal. So I think we'll continue to work through those channels to try to recruit folks from those communities.
Are we also tapping into our parent liaisons? Because I think.
Yes, that's Rigo's team, sorry.
Yes. And then, do we have contact information of people who, there was a lot of people that are active in the consolidation process, from specific schools. Do we have contact information from people that we can use to follow up with them and invite them and let them know the timeline and the process and that this is moving forward?
Folks that requested that specifically, I followed up with and provided it to them. So I had some folks reach out over the late spring and summer and ask that I send it to them when it was published. And so I've done that. We've then pushed it out to each of those communities through the list we have in Parent Square. But I don't think we collected a list of contact information from other sources to do that. But we did, again, push it out through the neighborhood associations, through the elected leaders and the business associations that are on file with the city.
And the parent liaisons would also know who the.
Yes, if they're affiliated with our schools, certainly.
Yeah.
Yes, if they are parents of students of our schools, yes.
Thank you so much.
All of our schools, I did go in and check in the newsletters. There was a blurb that they had put in. I would say the majority of them had that in. Some may be sending their newsletter out next week, but it was in our district newsletter as well today that went out this afternoon. And I know the elected leaders that you all have been meeting with have had, we've sent information to them because they had agreed that they would help spread the word that there's interest, that we're interested in getting as many applications as possible.
I'll also just add too that we know that some folks might not have a computer or it's kind of hard on a phone potentially to do that. So helped one person fill it out. I filled it out on their behalf through a conversation. So encourage folks to, if they need that, there's a number and an email. They can call the number and we can get them support.
Maybe
bring them here if we need to.
Liaisons that can also.
Absolutely.
Because I think people don't read. If it's anything out in writing, it's until after the fact that they pay attention to, oh yeah, that already passed. So if do we have a video that we're gonna plan on making for people to be able to see that? That's the key place if there's a timeline. So I think people do watch videos.
We don't have a video for this particular committee. Can think about that though.
Yeah, I would appreciate it to do that because I think we're such a high-paced, high-stress place as a society right now that people are not taking the time to read things until after the fact. And videos are much easier for people to say, oh yeah, I might be interested in that. And obviously, to me, the most powerful thing is word of mouth. Because you can tell people, hey, I think you would be good on this committee. And it might interest people to get more involved. So with that, thank you very much. I appreciate all the work.
Thank you, Trustee Castellanos. Trustee Gribstad.
Thank you for that detailed presentation. I appreciate pictures and success stories certainly, and can't help but think like, oh, this is wonderful. If we can take this kind of revamping and put it across every school to make sure we have functioning pools and bathrooms, just the method we took here to successfully achieve from the picture that I saw, we can take the same method like at the campus. I'd like to see that from every grade, K to 12, especially for the items that public comments, that reported to us, pool dysfunctions, or lighting, or safety. I'd love to see that connect so all across. The concern here is, as we know, a huge number of people are not in agreement of this ideal schools implementation. We're not in agreement. There's a lot of people who are fearful, not convinced. And so usually the people most concerned are those who are the most vulnerable and those who have fallen through the cracks, especially with public comments from the ones we heard today. I appreciate the one from staff, but we also appreciate on the ground from the teachers and parents, because that way we get the full picture. So I would say I continue to champion and be the messengers. If you contact the district through the protocols, if you don't feel heard, please bring the questions that doesn't allow you, the few minutes you get public comments. Email me, I'm happy to ask on the stairs for you to anything that needs to be addressed, not responded to. We just wanted to make sure everybody's heard, especially the most vulnerable, especially those who fall through, especially when the reports doesn't show what, is on the ground. Something was missed in the process. And so let's continue to show that it in fact is ideal, because there are people who are questioning and not buying yet. So I would love to see that proven as championed by the committee. And so there's a lot of people in the audience right now, and people are not here today that are not represented in the buy-in and alignment. So, but with the most vulnerable, going to be my biggest concern is for the students that was even by public comment today, that out of the same family, one kid got bus rides and the other doesn't. And so that is very concerning to me, when a student just doesn't get what they need to get to school. And the concern is that if they kept their kid at school, what's going to happen there. So if just those details can be rectified and update report, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Trustee Gribstad. Each of our communications has included the different contact information for the different areas in our system, and we take resolving the problems that we know about as quickly as possible. So we continue to encourage folks to reach out to those channels, and we can get solutions to them as quickly as possible.
Trustee Collins.
I too appreciate all the examples and the discussions, and especially the photos are fun to see, to know how some of these changes are looking. I have a couple questions were asked and answered. I too want to thank the person who made public comment about the committee and the bylaws, because that was a real clear piece of how we're moving forward, and so I'm glad that will be resolved and will be addressed at the first meeting. And if not, we'll be bringing it back here, so that will be addressed, because that is a commitment that we absolutely stand by. So I'm really interested in the way that, and I think this is for Jody, because this was your part of the presentation, but really the narrative is being lost on how this is a next step in equity, and making sure that students who did not have what I would call an acceptable educational environment, we were making these decisions so that they would have the resources that every single child deserves. But at these receiving schools in particular, you went off the list of, that there's a full-time coach, which is incredible.
2 full-time counselors. That's huge, that we're trying to address. I'm gonna mess up all the different jobs, but the resources so that students can receive not just a safe teaching environment, but all of the resources needed to really learn. And so I think this might be to some similar questions that have come up when there's a disconnect from what we're hearing around what the resources are. I just want to confirm that there are more resources as we had promised, or as we were promised and wanted and are striving towards at these schools. And if you have thoughts on what that might be, the disconnect that we're hearing from some parents, because as Trustee Castellanos said, word of mouth is the way that is great. But if any of that is not accurate or misleading or off or in any way, it could also be disastrous.
Yes, and that was why when I started my section, I did say that this information is about the consolidated schools. I think there's a misunderstanding that by closing these 5 schools and consolidating them together, that it was going to impact schools that were not a part of this process. And while there is impact and there have been some changes, some of them very much for the better, the promise of like the reduced or no combos was really only for these schools. Although we did see that there is a reduction in combos across the district, and I know there was a comment about last minute adjustments. We did have a school that had more students enrolled than was originally planned. It was not one of these consolidated schools. And the principal was able to eliminate the combos as of Monday. And so we were really excited about that because not all, but the ones that were the last minute unexpected ones. We do have one elementary school that chose not to use their FTE for an intervention specialist, but it's not one of these consolidated schools. I know there was a discussion about class size increasing. We have a cap on class size that is in our collective bargaining agreement with our teachers association. And if more kids want to enroll in a school, we enroll up to that class size. And so there may be some schools that saw an increase because there were more families that wanted to go to that school, but we did not go beyond the agreement in our collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you for that clarification. And I also wanted to comment the idea around the importance of still sharing this information. And like I know in my family, sometimes we think we're going to do things one way in the morning, and then once we start actually having to get up at that time and doing those things, it ends up different. And in fact, I did receive an email from a parent in our area who had not decided, who had originally decided not to use the transportation method until they started it. And then when they saw where the stop actually was, it worked much better for their family. And it was just it was a really great email, but it also made me think of other families that might be 2 weeks in realizing maybe we do need this or not. So I think I love that this is a continuous process, and just want to affirm that we need to keep making those options clear, because I do think that there will be some changes. The last thing I wanted to really thank you for that was new for me was hearing the collaboration with the city. I know each council member is different, but I think moving forward, whatever we do, we're going to have to be working together with other governmental agencies to make things happen. I've been really grateful with the representative in most of my area, who is Councilmember Mulcahy. When we had a parking situation, he actually came down to the school and walked with parents and with me to see the zone, to think about what can we do. These things matter.
not every council member is like that. But I love that you have found a way to find openings around, like the parking situation at Horace Mann, that's huge. I'm wondering, just throwing it out there, I know what you described sound like almost more kind of capital projects, but if crossing guards might be an area for collaboration as well, because that is a city function and it just doesn't meet the needs of most of our schools. I've been on safety walks and the audits that they do, and it's really hard to qualify for that, and yet I absolutely know that there's so many of our schools that would benefit from that, and maybe a solution might be a partnership on that. So just throwing that out there for yet another thing for us to work towards. But thank you for the report, and that's all I have.
Yeah, just on the crossing guards in particular, a lot of the schools had submitted applications in previous years and hadn't been able to get the crossing guards approved. And so we're hopeful that, we can work with, I actually just got a contact today from another person that I was working with on who to talk to at SJPD to potentially advance those conversations, especially if there might be, like I said, some financial support that we can provide to at least get it moving for the first part of the year. We don't want to take it over wholesale, obviously, because just unable to sustain that potentially with our limited funding as well. But very important, and like Jill said, all the data is collected now. That's part of the process that they require, so we'll submit it, and hopefully the 3 sites that don't have one work towards getting them if the traffic does show that it's warranted.
Good. Any questions or comments from Mr. Board? Vice President Wheatley.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. Sammy, I think you're the other side. Okay. Thanks for talking about all the work that your people did, and I appreciate that very much. And I loved hearing about the IAs on the bus. I think that's brilliant, wherever that came from. I don't know if this is appropriate, but would love to know the bus schedule from Terrell and from Canoas, just so I could show up and just kind of see how it looks for those schools that were in my area. In general, very much appreciate all the information. Just a couple of little things from some things that I'm hearing and some things I'm curious about. So, for example, I'm hearing that Carson does not have an arts or a music teacher, even though it is one of those consolidated schools. So am I misinformed? Do you have an update on that?
No, that's correct. I do want to be clear because I think it's important to be precise with the commitments that were made. There was not a commitment or a promise that there would be a particular type of teacher at a school. Our staffing sheet, well, I shouldn't say our staffing sheet process because it doesn't mean anything to people. The process that we have to allocate resources to schools, teaching FTE, as we call it, is driven by enrollment plus other factors that we talked about, our equity policy, et cetera. Right. And then schools have autonomy to craft their grade level, how many grade levels they have, if they have combo classes, if they have an intervention specialist, et cetera. And so the number of students you have at the school is the primary determinant of that. And so
I should know that, thank you.
Carson and Terrell, yes, have, I believe an intervention specialist is the way they're using their additional FTE and for this school year, but it can change each year as the school collaborates. But of course, if you have a larger school, you will have more of that FTE. For example, Ernesto Galarza, because of the factors that drive FTE, student enrollment, existence of special education programs, unduplicated students. They actually have a full-time program specialist created out of their staffing who just supports the autism program, in addition to all the other staff that support that. So that's what's possible when there's the concentration of students.
Thanks for the reminder, I appreciate that. I was trying to do the math in my head, and I think I heard the numbers. The TK Tweeby at Horace Mann, it's still some space. Did I hear you say that we're up to like 44 out of 40?
Jody's the expert there. I think there's four spaces if I remember.
So if somebody wants one of those spaces, they call the school, what's the process?
They would typically contact the school and go through that process, and then of course our CNI department, they can go out and do orientations for the families to make sure they're aware, because we do want our families to go into that program understanding that our goal is for them to go into high school and continue with it, and so it's a long-term commitment.
And speaking of which, just huge props, because again, apologies, I think the number was in the 20s or maybe 30, and to get it all the way up to 44, that's wonderful. So the people that did that work,
it was really 20.
Just amazing. A surprise, and maybe it's just a surprise to me, when I saw the picture of the Reed Playground resurfacing, I was thrilled. A little confused because I've been hearing complaints from constituents about why isn't Reed's playground being on the schedule for like 6 months. And so I'm thrilled to see it, but I guess my disconnect is maybe around communication. I don't need to know. The families, when did Reed find out that they were gonna get this playground that they've been pleading for months and months?
Yeah, I think I can provide some information. To be clear, not a playground, just resurfacing the blacktop.
Okay, tell me, I don't know nothing. What's the difference?
Oh, not a playground.
No, I mean the surface.
The resurfacing of the blacktop. I just wanted to be clear
My
on that.
language is the problem.
Tracy can add anything that she'd like to. So I talked about in June how our facilities and construction teams plan out their work about a year ahead of time based on end of life trip hazards, safety trip hazards that have to be rectified right away for school sites to prioritize the work that we do. That calculus and that planning is definitely going to change with the adoption of the facilities master plan, and the bond money allow us to do a lot more work every summer, which will be great. And so I talked about in June how that was the case. We also have the commitment that receiving schools receive priority for facility improvements. That commitment was about the facility master plan process, but as I talked about, we've extended it to beyond that to doing a lot more work this summer than we had originally planned, just to really make the sites as best as they can possibly be. So in early June, we had another site that through all the planning processes that we had gone through was getting resurfaced. Realized working with the contractor, we had extra capacity that we could do another site. When we looked at the priority that Reed is a receiving school, it received 12 students, 2 programs. When we looked at the other schools that needed resurfacing that were next on the list, Reed having the priority was the one chosen to do that.
So again, I don't need to be informed about that. I was dealing with family stuff anyway. But the Reed families that went out in some kind of communication?
Went out in one of the summer communications. It was towards the end of the summer, but
Sure.
it was in the communication.
Yeah, just because I was concerned, because what I was hearing people say is that we're being told absolutely not because we do the summer, the ELOP, and so therefore there's not enough time to do it, so therefore, and so I think some of the frustration was, will it ever happen? If we're always doing ELOP, but thank you, I appreciate the clarification. And then just a reminder for me, because again, gonna be 66 next week. So I am on the committee along with Trustee Collins to look through all the applicants, and I guess that's happening next month, who are interested in the asset management committee. But in Evergreen, there were board members on the committee itself. But that's not happening here. I can't remember what you told me, and I apologize, because I think you already told me this in June.
I'm not aware of board members being able to serve on 7-Eleven committees. So it's because of the statutory requirements. Yeah, so I'm wondering if maybe those committees were in the same vein, but not officially 7-Eleven committees established under education code, but more advisory committees. So I can't speak to that.
Sure.
But the composition requirements.
I'm not dying to do it, I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, the composition requirements are set forth in the education code, so that is what governs the membership, unlike some of our other committees, which it's more, we can define what it is.
Thank you very much. With that, that's everything, and again, I appreciate all the work that was done. I yield.
Thank you. I also had similar questions about adding on to the bus list. I was one of the kids in kinder. My parents dropped me off for the first 3 days. And they're like, yeah, you're right in the bus. So good to hear that we have some flexibility there. Thank you also for naming the work with the collaboration with the city. We actually met with the mayor today to talk about some of these items. Met with Councilmember Tordios, in constant communication with Mulcahy and others. So thank you for naming that. I know I've been getting some concerns about folks blocking driveways and things of that nature, and so I know the city was willing to help there.
And the principals, as I was going through the newsletters, this is a problem we have every single beginning of the year, and I think in the first few days are really lots of reminders, and I know I saw some really nice language in some of them that I would hope that we're gonna share with other school sites that haven't included it, but it was in a lot of newsletters that I looked through yesterday. And I also want to add to that, with the communications, we've been working with Esma, its team does a great job of tracking engagement through all of the communications. Our school side letters are opened all the time, really high engagement there. The district ones are secondary, I would say, and so we really, in our communications that we send out to administrators, we provide sample language. They obviously have the opportunity to tweak it as they see fit, but there's a lot of support that's given so that they don't have to make it up, but just put in the reminders that they need, because we know families definitely are reading those, and those are really important because that's, what they need to be aware of every single day.
So thank you for that. I do have two questions. Some of my other questions were asked. This might sound silly, but how does stuff go missing? Like how can we ensure? I did a move as a teacher in the middle of the year. I'm just curious, how did that happen? Things go to a different school.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's not a silly question. I think there's a couple, based on the items we found, a couple things that may have happened. Sometimes a box gets moved to a different teacher's room who opens it, unpacks it, because it's kind of similar material and doesn't realize that it's theirs. I had 2 people who said, oh, actually, I found my stuff. It was in my colleague's classroom. Other is that people think it's supposed to be thrown away. It's not labeled. It wasn't labeled correctly. It wasn't labeled at all, which I'm not blaming the person who was put on the label. That just this potentially happens and it gets put in the dumpster. And the other example is, it ends up at a different school or it ends up in our warehouse. And then it takes some people some time to find it. That's less for boxes and more for items that aren't in boxes.
Great. And then just my last question, I've been getting feedback in general. We've talked about wait lists and that sort. When folks are on a wait list, and I know the answers for the record, what is the process? Do folks have to call in if they're on the wait list? Do they get is there like an automated message so that they know where they're at? And that explains the process for folks of what that is like.
Yeah, and we have Jill up here still here too, because her team oversees that, she can add color. So our teams proactively monitor it to identify when there are spaces and then to call families based on the priority, whether it's sibling preference, whether it's through the schools of tomorrow process that they have priority. They don't look at it on a second-by-second basis or a day-by-day basis even sometimes. They have periods of time where they look at it and move as they let things settle. But I'll let Jill add any other sort of details to that about the process.
Yeah, the wait lists are monitored and we contact families when there's space available. We don't have a public system or portal or any way with this system for them to monitor it, which is something that is on my list of things to follow up with our technology department to see if that's possible. And we also have a couple different processes, which I think can be confusing, that we're looking at consolidating for next year. But the wait list, we do contact the families by both phone and email and try all the contacts that we have. When space becomes available, they are always welcome to reach out to us by email or phone, and we will let them know where their space is on the wait list at this time.
Jill, can you also speak to, and I know this because years ago we had, I used to oversee in my previous role, and so I know a little bit about the process as far as how busy it is right now at this time with families waiting for students to be dropped that have moved and haven't notified us and seeing, if there's space available. But I know one of the challenges with the published wait list is that those change, given the policies around neighborhood students. And so people believing they're number 2 on the list and then, a family moves in their neighborhood, right? There's movement that sometimes would confuse families with just given some of the policies. So I think that was back then some of the hesitation with, but they do get information when they call, because I know families have called, especially the magnet wait lists are really, people are wanting to hear if their number comes up. Anything more on that, Jill?
Yeah, it is, wait lists are prioritized, so people's places can go up or down depending on who comes into the wait list and who goes off the wait list. And unfortunately, there are a lot of moves that happen after school starts, because that is when we get the bulk of the notifications. My office, we've been monitoring very closely, and I think last week we're able to really clear the wait lists to where we are after the first week of school. And so now it should slow down. And then that's why this week we focused on the transfer requests, because we had been able to move the wait lists.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I think it's, the way I'm approaching this is, one, I think finding ways to streamline the communication with folks so that they know, even stating, your place may change just depending on different factors. And two, so that way it lessens the burden on parents for having to call in and for you all to have to keep looping folks in. I feel like there could be an automated way to do that, but that's all I have. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Start with Trustee Gribstad and then Trustee Castellanos.
I just want to follow up. I think you mentioned, was it Reed, or because there was other constituents saying first day of school, they were told that the kids should not run from the laptop. Was that specifically to Reed, or was it other schools? Because for whatever reason, they were told not to run the laptop on the first day of school. Was it just one school? Because the laptop needs to be redone, or is it?
I am not sure what you're talking about.
I can forward
But to my knowledge, or I can say that the resurfacing done at Reed Elementary did not prohibit students from, or prevent students from being able to run on blacktop. To my knowledge, of course, people may say things that I'm not aware of, so I will definitely follow up if you want to send me the specific information. I'll make sure I follow up and get people that are clear on it.
My other question is, you guys may have done this, but was there training to the teachers, staff, and parents, how they will pack to prevent losing their property? Maybe someone just didn't read the instructions or missed the training or something. I'm just curious, the protocol.
Yeah, we provided instructions. I'd say I don't think anything was, of the 18 items that were missing at the end of this were a result of people not packing things in the boxes correctly. It was more large items that may not have been labeled, like large unwieldy items that don't fit into a box. But instructions were provided for the packing and then support for questions that came up as part of that.
Okay, and they found their homes, hopefully? Especially large items? How do you?
All but the 18 that I talked about that were replacing either what was in a box that was lost or the particular item that they couldn't find.
I see. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Trustee Castellanos?
So since we're having the conversations with the city on crossing guards, I don't think there's a crossing guard at San Jose High, and that is now where elementary school students walk to get the bus. And the 101 is like 3 blocks away. So if we could also put that on their radar of an important place to have a crossing guard. And then I know that Grant Elementary is not a consolidated school, but they are between North and 10th and 11th Street, and they've needed a crossing guard for a very long time. And traffic goes by really fast on both sides of that school. And there's many car accidents that take place over and over again. And I live 1 block away, and this past Cinco de Mayo, there was 3 accidents on one day. And one of them broke a gas pipe. So I think if we could also make sure that we put Grant Elementary on that radar list, please, I very much appreciate it. So with that, I yield. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, folks, as a reminder, this is an informational item, does not require any action, so it'll conclude I. We'll now move on to item J, which is public comments for items not listed on the agenda. As a reminder, for the public board policy allows the public to present non-agenda matters at regular meetings. These items may be directed to the superintendent or considered for future discussion, but no immediate action can be taken due to run-out restrictions. I'll call folks up. Folks will have 2 minutes with the exception of our bargaining presidents who have up to 5 minutes. As a reminder for folks, the podium is up here. Don't need to press the button. The light is good to go. If you can keep your eyes up here on the timer so you can see your 2 minutes that everyone is being allotted. I will call folks up a few at a time. We'll start with Cynthia Wang, David Friedlander, Travis Curran, Sam Nicole. Cynthia? She left, okay. I will then go with David Friedlander, Travis Curran, Sammy Kapla, and Jennifer DeBree.
Okay, so David Freelander, Hammer, and Will and the parent. Okay, yeah, so there's a perception that many parents who've been coming here with us to the board meetings are just here to plan an event, our registrations, and to hear ourselves talk. That villainize the board of the district, and we can't possibly understand the complicated decisions that you have to make that don't want to work with you. Maybe we're enemies of public education and some of the other reasons. I want to be really clear, we're not here because we have a passion for sitting for board meetings. These are informational, but I want to be at home watching movies with my kids. It's almost 9 o'clock. And we've made friends with parents, of course, who I'd never met otherwise, which is fantastic. We've been able to collaborate. But we're here because we represent more than 150 TK to 12 families that have voiced their concerns to us in various venues. And some of them can't be here. They can't make the meetings because of language barriers. So we're seeing with parents. We have a parent here who's a caregiver and has 2 autistic children. They have other obligations. We're here because we care deeply about our public schools, our children's education, quality, fairness, and education for every child. And we're here because we see inequality, we see real challenges that we want to help solve, and that we do want to work with the district to help solve them, but we haven't been able to engage with the district and the board enough. You haven't acknowledged or thought about the real issues, like the pools and disrepair, families struggling with transportation. We're hearing about some of them tonight, but committees that have been going for years. So here's what we ask. Start by acknowledging the concerns with more than a thank you. Follow up, set a forum to engage with working parents. You need to find another way. I don't have time. Otherwise, we can do years to come. Thank you.
Travis Curran, Sammy Kapla, Jennifer DeBree, and then Shannon Keller.
Travis Curran. Trustee Magana, in his campaign efforts for re-election, has continuously used the expression defeat MAGA, and I'm excited to dissect that tonight. Trustees and district executives, what you have in front of you, hang on, did I give you the wrong document? How embarrassing. It looks like what I accidentally gave you was Jose Magana's description of accomplishments in office since 2023 that he had posted on his website a couple weeks back. As you can see, the sections are predictably blank. Well, I suppose that's not why I'm up here. So Magana says defeat MAGA while running against 2 liberal candidates. Who's he referring to? There's one candidate in this race with close ties and financial connections to charter schools. Sounds pretty MAGA to me. That candidate is Jose Magana. There's one candidate in this race who does not engage with the public because his boss tells him not to. Sounds pretty MAGA to me. The candidate is Jose Magana. There's one candidate in this race who is a rubber stamp for an authoritarian leader. Sounds awfully MAGA to me. That candidate is Jose Magana. There's one candidate in this race who has falsified campaign contribution documents to hide right-wing ties. Sounds pretty MAGA to me. That candidate is Jose Magana. And there's one incumbent candidate in this race who could not secure a teachers union endorsement. Sounds pretty MAGA to me. That incumbent candidate is Jose Magana. Speaking of which, Trustee Magana, I know losing that SJTA endorsement vote 50 to 22 must have been crushing, but if you want to look at the bright side, at least math trailblazers Seth Reddy and Ben Spielberg didn't do the count, or they would have rounded down to 50 to 0. There's one thing I know Trustee Magana and I agree on, and that is what we must defeat MAGA. And in this race, the most MAGA candidate is Jose Magana. Defeat MAGA, defeat Magana.
Next, we have Jennifer Dupuy, followed by Sammy Coppola and Shannon Calhoun. As a reminder for the public, our presidents have up to 5 minutes.
Jennifer Dupuy. Since it's a new school year, I would like to suggest a procedural change. I'd like to reconsider the board's policy on allowing others to read a speech for someone else. You already require us to fill out the form in person and turn in our own cards before the start of the meeting. Even when the public comment non-agenda items have not started for multiple hours after the deadline of 6 p.m. on more than one occasion in the last 6 months. They were now 3 hours after that time today. You are representing a school board. We all have kids. And sometimes we have to bring them into the meetings. Sometimes we bring them to remind you who you're supposed to be protecting and supporting. When kids get unruly and bored or hungry and tired, they can be disruptive to the meeting as a whole. If a parent takes their kids home to address their needs, they should not be punished. The speech that they took the time to write ahead of time, the effort they made to be here on time and submit a comment card matters. Their voice should not be silenced because they prioritize the needs of their children, who we are also supposed to represent. I'd like to please consider a change in policy on this. Thank you.
We have Sammy Coppola, followed by Shannon Calhoun. Again, our party presidents have up to 5 minutes.
Good evening, Sammy Coppola. I'm the AFSCME union president and the lead maintenance worker for San Jose Unified. I wanted to talk about tonight for a couple of minutes the workforce housing subject. And the email went out, a survey, and I really want to stress the fact that, you know, I have a vast majority of my members that are forced to work 2 jobs just to be able to survive in the Bay Area. So when I saw an opportunity here that came across the table for the district to be able to pick up a building that's already built, okay, that cuts years off of this construction process, I was dumbfounded. I couldn't believe that something like this fell into our laps, all right? You know, I know that there's a gray cloud that goes over this 188 West St. James building, okay? But personally, I feel like this is an opportunity for San Jose Unified to get something on this building, okay? This is absolutely life-changing for my members. The opportunity for them to be able to get into a unit at below market rate gives them an opportunity to spend time with their family, to put money to aside. And these are things that we need as a family, okay? And I want to commend the district and their ability to find a needle in a haystack, okay? And, you know, I don't see a downside to this. I mean, maybe the only downside to this is that the other building wasn't vacant too, so we could have got that one as well, okay? So, again, you know, I'm up here to basically just say thank you to the district for their pursuit on turning a conversation and trying to make it a reality.
Thank you. Our last public comment, Sharon Calhoun.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Calhoun. I am the president of CSEA, recently retired. But I'm still active in the district as president. Good evening, President Magana, Superintendent Albarran, and board members. Welcome back, everybody, to this to the 2006, 2027 school year. The reason I'm up here tonight is as I have some concerns about the elimination of a couple of jobs at district office and workload issues. Recently, at least 2 positions have been vacated. One will be vacated next month, and decisions have been made not to fill these positions, thereby taking their work and distributing amongst other staff. One reason that one of those staffs have left was because of workload issues. So now we are taking these jobs and giving them to a depleted staff. That is concerning since there has been an edict from Seth Reddy saying that there is no overtime or comp time. Some of the staff has admitted that they are taking work home to keep up. Classified employees are hourly employees. I am firmly against any CSEA bargaining unit member taking work home to keep up. I have expressed that to the membership. My suggestion is that the directors sit down with the folks that have gotten us added work that was dumped on them and figure out a workable solution. I also would like to suggest that the district reevaluate having so many managers and assistant managers. I also understand that some of these folks are now putting some of their work on the staff. It's happened in maintenance department, and my understanding is that it's happening in other departments as well. The CSEA board will be watching for these infractions. I realize that our student enrollment has dropped significantly in the past 10 years and probably will continue to do so. However, I do know that the reports with all their deadlines have not stopped or declined. Staff do those. Increasing workload only chases good employees away. It doesn't make sense eliminating the jobs of the people that are actually doing the work. I hope you will rethink and reconsider where you make these cuts. I would also like to quickly talk about the contract workers being brought in. I'm hoping that as new people are hired, these contractors will be eliminated. I have been told over and over that these contractors are just substitutes, but I've discovered that sometimes that's not quite what happens. I think the district needs to be a bit more transparent with the unions that have supported them and worked with them. That is the only way that we, as president of our respective bargaining units, can get in front of rumors and keep building trust with our district employees. Thank you.
Thank you. That does conclude public comment. We're going to now move on to action, information, and discussion items, which is item K. We'll start with K1, new board policy 4119.24/4219.24/4319.24, maintaining appropriate adult-student interactions. First reading. This is an informational. Before I turn it over to staff, we do have 2 public comments. We'll start with Dave Friedlander, followed by Travis Curran.
David Friedlander. I want to say I strongly support the adult-student interaction policies, which I'm sure you know are required by California SB 48, signed into law on October 7th of last year. Under that law, school volunteers become mandated reporters on January 1st, 2026. And failure to report is a misdemeanor. On July 1st, there was a statutory deadline for the district and the board to adopt the policy and begin mandating volunteer training. That's a policy in front of you tonight on August 20th. This is the first time that SB 848 has appeared in the board's materials at all. I went back and looked earlier, which means adoption of this won't come until September, 10 weeks late at best. Volunteers who signed up in mid-June sometimes haven't been approved. Some haven't been notified about the training. Many of us are only finding out from school staff, from staff or principals, who themselves told us they only found out about 2 weeks ago. But the deadlines and delays isn't what concerns me the most. The district's failure to notify parents of their responsibilities or the training mandate for the entire spring semester. I was working with students in classrooms and presumably carrying a criminal legal duty that nobody told me about, nobody told other parents about. And students were in those classrooms with mandated reporters who had received no training. I fortunately received training from Girls on the Run, but that's a 7-month gap for a lot of parents. That's not a paperwork gap, it puts people at risk. And then there's a training. The district itself target solutions rather than the state's own module, which is free. Target Solutions isn't available in all languages, so many of their trainings are only offered in English. Because if the answer is fewer than the free state option, the immigrant families the district says it serves are the ones locked out. So put on record the date that you first received and notice, and for whom you get it, how to communicate with families so they can understand.
Thank you. We go to our next speaker, Travis Curran.
I'm going to shift gears. I was going to spend this time mocking you all for VTA tokens for elementary school children, among other things. Trustee Collins, are you aware that the district has gone around to different elementary schools and changed the capacity of their cafeterias if they've been receiving more schools? They haven't changed the size. They've changed the capacity sign for the same size building. I was going to get into that, but I want to talk about labor instead in a couple ways. First off, Sammy, we are with your members. They worked really, really hard in this whole summer. They were set up to fail by this district and by a lack of an acceptable plan. Your members should not have to work 16-hour days. They should not have to work 7 days a week, and they worked incredibly hard to do what they did. We're grateful for them. They've been exploited by this district. In the same way that restaurants should not underpay their staff and make them rely on tips, you all should not underpay your staff and make them get second jobs or make them beg you to be their landlord. When Sammy's talking about families, members of his that have families that should live in the 1-bedroom or studio slavery towers? And there's a reason, as we all know, that building has been open. And it is not a gray cloud. It's because people took their own lives because they were trafficked in to build those buildings. This is not a district that respects labor. Cutting jobs and dumping it on additional people, I'm so grateful that you spoke about this. That is an intentional practice of this district. And what we learned from STIC is that there is a 1-year promise with these schools that they closed. A 1-year promise to retain staff. What does that mean by explicitly saying it's a 1-year promise? Speaking of labor, Renata, you should care about this because in 1 year, they will be cutting positions and we know it. You don't need 2 principals at an elementary school. These practices are anti-labor. This district is anti-labor. You should not be forcing people into second jobs.
That does conclude public comment.
Pay the people what
we're going to do now is turn it over to staff. As a reminder for folks, this is a first reading, so we'll turn this over to staff to provide information for the board. Board, this is the time to ask questions, provide recommendations, and then this policy would then come back to the board for a final vote at our next board meeting.
So this is a policy, and as President Magana read out, it's 3 different numbers. That is because the 4119.24 refers to certificated staff, which would be our SJTA members, so teachers, counselors, psychologists, speech pathologists, cetera. The 4219.24 refers to our classified staff, CSEA and AFSCME members. And then 4319.24 refers to administrators. You'll see that they're all exactly the same. So any change we would make to one, we would make to all three, because all staff have the same expectations. Go ahead, the next slide. So this is a new policy for us. It doesn't mean it's necessarily new content, but it's a new policy putting the information in one place. The expectation, this policy provides clear expectations for behaviors, really talks about being professionals and their relationships with students, and providing a safer environment for our students. So the policy is required for us to provide more information about professional boundaries. We are also providing more information about student communication and also that safe, supervisable environment. So the professional boundaries we're describing in much more detail what is and isn't allowed, and trying to clarify the interactions that should or shouldn't happen with students, between students and staff. Student communications, in order to protect our students, we don't want our staff texting students. We want them using our approved communication platforms. And then the safe supervisable environments has to do with how we are supervising the physical space, and then that part of this policy is implemented within our school safety plan that our schools work on each year. Next slide. So we already have had professional conduct expectations. We've already had expectations around appropriate relationships, responsible communication, and student safety, but this is much more explicit in providing a detail about what those boundaries look like, what the appropriate adult-student interactions look like, where those digital and social media boundaries play into the rules and expectations, and then more transparency around that one-to-one interaction. Next slide. So the guardrails for our behavior is that it should be professional, purposeful, transparent, and that we need to report our expectations. And so as professionals, we behave in a certain way with students. The interactions we have with students must be purposeful towards instruction, meaning that we're not communicating with students about things that are outside of the realm of our professional responsibilities. And we want to be transparent about these rules. And so when this policy is approved, it will be sent out to all of our families so that they have it. Again, a lot of this information is in our handbook, it's in our expectations, but it's not explicit. And so this puts it in one place where it's explicit in terms of what's expected, what's allowed and what's not allowed, and then we will have this policy available on our website. And so after it's approved by the board, we will make sure that that happens. Next slide. So clear boundaries help protect trust. One of the things that we talk about a lot as we're in classrooms with staff, they sometimes wonder why they can't do certain things, and then we just want them to understand that we're doing it for their own protection. Anytime they're in a situation that maybe with a student individually, the door is closed, we can't protect them the way that we want. So we want the doors open. That's part of why for Rachel Carson, we put windows in the doorways in the main building, because we wanted to make sure that there was visibility when staff are working with students. And we know that the more people understand what those boundaries are and that we are following those boundaries, that we're building a trust with our community. And so with that, I'm opening it up to questions and comments. I know that there are going to be some suggestions, and so we appreciate any suggestions we can get tonight so that we can make sure that we bring forward a clean and appropriate policy for our next board meeting.
Thank you. We're gonna change the order up. I'm gonna start to my left with Vice President Wheatley, who's done some work on this. Turn it over to you for comments and questions.
Yeah, and it's really been in conjunction with the policy subcommittee, and so this language has been shared with President Magana and obviously with Assistant Superintendent Lax, but I want to make sure to get into the record and then for my colleagues to hear, but also the public, and then obviously eventually we'll be voting on this. So in general, there's a need for more specificity in exactly when it applies. And so in sort of the opening statement, so the language with the addition, so the line that is there, for purposes of this policy, employees include interns, volunteers, contractors, and other persons with employment or service relationship with the district. The suggested addition is the provisions of this policy apply when such individuals are acting in their district-related capacity or when their interactions with a student arises from or is connected to their district role. Employees, volunteers, and contractors shall not use the district-related relationship with a student to initiate, develop, or maintain an inappropriate personal relationship or to circumvent the requirement of this policy. Again, if those of you that can type fast, it's not me. You don't need to worry about trying to get this down. I have it, Assistant Superintendent Lax has it, as does the Board President, but I just wanted to, like I said, read it into the record. So that's one suggestion. In the numbered section below number 5, and I wasn't personally clear whether this is already there, but I just want to make sure. So it says in the sentence, or the paragraph, the second paragraph, in accordance with board policy / administrative regulation 4040, employee use of technology, employees shall use district equipment and district approved communication platforms. And then in a following additional paragraph, employees shall maintain reasonable boundaries regarding student communication outside the school day, except in emergencies, time-sensitive school-sponsored activities, or other legitimate circumstances. Employees shall not require students to monitor personal devices or respond to communication outside established school or personal hours, because we don't want our teens to feel like they have to be, on and checking their phones in case coach needs to talk to them or something like that. So there's that clarification. And then finally, the worry, and I can certainly on a personal level relate to this because my students were friends with my kids back in the day at Norwood. And so some of my students showed up at my house for birthday parties for my kids, which freaked my students out. Half the time they didn't like that at all. But there are these personal relationships that are separate from. So thinking along those lines, these provisions are not intended, and this is below 19, this is where this would go if you're following along at home. These provisions are not intended to prohibit incidental contact or appropriate interactions arising from pre-existing family relationships, friendships among the adults, children, community activities, or other relationships independent of the individual's role with the district. Adults remain responsible for maintaining appropriate boundaries and shall not use such relationships to circumvent this policy. So those are the suggested inclusions. They kind of clarify in general the policy, and I believe, and I think I can speak for the subcommittee, make it strong. So,
just to add to that,
please.
I think the very much what you just said, but really being clear. If we have too much ambiguity, it makes it very difficult to implement. And so the idea is that we want to be clear that this policy has to do with staff using their role as staff members to start inappropriate relationships. And so if you work for the district and your children are in the district and your children have friends in the district, we want to be clear that that is a different situation. So we believe that this language helps to clarify that. And then the question I think you had about the district approved communication platforms, that was adjusted slightly to be clear. I think before it said something about we were referencing technologies. And we want to be clear that we should be using our district approved platforms. We should be able to transparently see the communications that are happening between staff and students. And so that adjusted language would help improve that clarity.
And with that, I yield. Thank you, Vice President Wheatley. We'll go to my left. Anything from our student board member on this? Trustee Collins?
Yes, thank you for this. And I'm just wondering if you can address some of the public comments about volunteers and and timing and when we have these 3 versions for the different levels of staff.
So those comments actually, I believe were about mandated reporters and the training that's required, and that's not a part of this policy. That is a part of our mandated reporting policy, and so it wasn't a part of this, but they are correct that this does need to be implemented, and we have been working on it since April, but we've spent a lot of time working with our labor leaders to get input and make adjustments, and so that is what took so long to get this policy ready to come to the board.
Trustee Gribstad.
I guess I had made a revision recommendations, and I shared it with some of you. I meant to bring a copy for the other board members, so I forgot to do that. But one thing in particular, of all the expansions, just the expansion of the different sections. But one in particular I want to bring up is section, I believe, the part that talks about reporting and mandating reporting is expanded from the portion that says other adults with knowledge of any violation of this policy are encouraged to report the violation to the superintendent or designee. Instead, I expanded to say any employee who observes or has knowledge of another employee's violation of this policy should report the information to the superintendent or designee or appropriate agency for investigation pursuant to the applicable complaint procedures. And that any adult who observes or has knowledge of conduct that may violate this policy should promptly report the concern through the district designated reporting process or when required by law directly to the appropriate governmental or law enforcement agency. So what the expansion here is regarding California Penal Code section 11166 requires mandated reporters who know or reasonably suspect child abuse or neglect to make the required report, and expressly provides that the reporting duties individual may not be impeded or inhibited by a supervisor or administrator. So I think that was a very important part, that yes, we go through district protocol, but that shouldn't stop someone from not reporting to the proper agencies as well.
I do want to clarify that the policy says that they shall report the information to superintendent or designee or appropriate agency for investigation pursuant to the applicable procedure. So that would fit that. Any other questions or comments, Trustee Gribstad?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Trustee Castellanos.
No comment at this time.
So I want to remind the board and the public, this is an informational item. I would like to also see the recommendations provided by Trustee Wheatley in the next version. Any other comments or questions from folks before we move on? All right. Again, that is an informational item, so it does not require action now. So we'll move on to item K2, administrative update to CSEA salary schedule. I'll turn it over to staff for a quick presentation and update on this item.
Yes, no presentation, but just a quick background on this. Our salary schedules for our classified staff have infinite numbers of rows that increase by a certain step each year. As part of the Schools of Tomorrow process for our folks in CSEA, some of those folks were moved to different positions that they were in, and the guarantee was that their annual income would not go down, their annual salary would not go down. After working through the placements that were finalized in the spring, we had a few folks who are now over step 100 in their new position to make sure that their annual salary is the same. Those positions also are guaranteed not just for this year, but for going forward. So I think there was a little bit of misinformation in the public comment that came out about that. And so this administrative update is just to extend for all the job classifications to row 150. Now that we have some folks that are above row 100, I take responsibility for not catching that when we came to you in June to make sure that we needed to have more than 100 rows. But that's what the purpose of this is.
All right, with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve K2.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Floor is open for discussion. Any questions? Look to my left. All right. Trustee Gribstad, do you have a question?
No, I think Seth answered it. Thank you.
All right, call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All abstaining? Motion passes 5-0-0. We'll now move on to item K3, readmission for student expulsion case number 2024-2025-007.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. As a reminder, expulsions and readmissions do require a roll call vote. I'll start with Vice President Wheatley.
No.
Trustee Castellanos.
Okay, no.
Trustee Gribstad.
Well, I'm a little confused too, because normally it's I or opposed, it's yes, no now to these?
So that you can vote yes or no on however you would like. Right now, the motion is to approve the readmission, and folks have the ability to vote yes or no. So right now, we have 2 no's. Your vote?
No.
Trustee Collins?
No.
And President Magana, no. K4, readmission for student expulsion case number 2025-2026-004.
Move to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
As a reminder, expulsions and readmissions do require a roll call vote. I'll start with Vice President Wheatley.
Yes.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Collins.
Yes.
Sorry, Trustee Gribstad.
Yes.
And President Magana, yes. We'll now go on to K5, readmission for student expulsion case number 2025-206-009.
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. As a reminder again, expulsions and readmissions require a roll call vote. I'll start with Vice President Wheatley.
Yes.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Gribstad.
Yes.
Trustee Collins.
Aye.
And President Magana, aye. We'll now move on to L1, announcements and reports. We'll start with L1. We do have a public comment from David Freeland.
There. He's allowed.
So I just want to say, Chris, that you did go and many of you went to see how things were going the first day of school. And I want to encourage continuing to do that because that engagement is super important with the communities we represent. And as I said, we're here to support the children of all the schools. I think we have a long way to go on trust, but I think that sort of thing does help build that. Many of us are looking for a change, and that change can come in 2 ways. We already talked about that. And you know, but we want to, we're going to keep coming here and making comments, right? And we're going to keep holding up signs. We're going to, but we get the sense that we don't get the response. And as I was saying before, we have to do better. We have to be able to engage and work with you. And there's some very committed parents here, and you've seen the same faces over and over again. Probably getting tired of us. And you know, we do want to find ways to help and improve the schools. And one thing I do want to bring up is that there was a student sitting here for 3 hours waiting for public comment. And as Jennifer said before, those people, parents and students who are here, really need that opportunity to speak. And they're being punished because you're pushing the public comment out 3 hours into the meeting. And you know, fortunately, some of us can stay, but that student was here sitting with a boot on her leg from some sort of injury. I didn't get a chance to find out what happened or why she was here, but she wasn't heard. And so I hope they were able to find a way to follow up with people who aren't able to speak because of that, even if they, you know, they have to leave. So I just say we have to do better, but that does come from the leadership here on the dais, and to work with people who you represent. And we hope that starts with you, and then we can find a forward from it. Thank you.
So that is the public comment on this item. I'll turn it over to our board members. Let's run, we have 3 minutes. We'll start with Trustee Gribstad.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a restorative.
Yeah, the floor, Trustee Gribstad.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a restorative summer. Just to let you know, I appreciate your public comments, and I'm not sick of you. I'm not tired of you. Your audience here, your parents that come over. I'm encouraged by you, inspired by you. So I really appreciate your time here. And you are making a difference. It may not seem like it, but you are making a difference. So I encourage you to power through and champion with me. So thank you. This summer, I completed the 5-part CSBA Masters in Government series to connect with families and friends, explore the great outdoors, and continue learning about our planet, nature, science, and earth's plates and tectonics. But this summer also gave us something extraordinary to reflect upon: America's 250th birthday. 250 years is more than a milestone. It is an invitation to remember why this nation was founded and what each generation is entrusted to preserve and build upon. The Pilgrims crossed the Atlantic seeking the freedom to practice their Christian faith and live according to their convictions, and the Mayflower Compact reflected an early commitment to self-government and the common good. Generations later, our founders confronted whether ordinary people could govern themselves. Thomas Jefferson articulated fundamental rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. George Washington demonstrated courage and perseverance. Benjamin Franklin reminded us of civic responsibility and unity. Abigail Adams urged those entrusted with power to remember the people they represented. And Abraham Lincoln later challenged Americans to preserve government of the people, by the people, for the people. Their circumstances have changed, but the leadership lessons remain. Dream boldly, stand courageously, serve humbly, disagree without destroying one another, and never take freedom for granted. That same spirit of responsibility informs how I approach the summer as a trustee. I continue connected with stakeholders regarding concerns brought forward over the summer, including report of vandalism before graduation, concerns about confusing retake pass information provided families, and whether those issues have now been resolved. I've also heard from families concerned about enrollment, lengthy wait lists, and delays in receiving timely responses, district inquiries as we begin the school year. When families reach out, they deserve clarity, timely communication, and follow through. When problems are identified, we should ask what happened, has it been resolved, what did we learn, and what can we do differently? As educators, parents, community members, and trustees, we have the privilege and responsibility to prepare the next generation not merely to inherit America, but to understand it, contribute to it, and protect the freedoms and responsibilities that make self-government possible. So as we begin the school year, may we bring renewed courage, curiosity, civility, gratitude, and purpose. May we inspire our students to pursue truth, take responsibility, dream great dreams, and believe their choices can make a difference. 250 years later, the American story continues, and the next chapter of a free society is ours to champion. Thank you.
Trustee Castellanos.
I already incorporated my feedback in the Schools for Tomorrow update, so I have no further comments.
Here, Marcy. Welcome to your first meeting.
Hi everyone, my name is Alex and I'm so excited to be the 2026-2027 student board member. As we kicked off the school year, high schoolers across the district have been busy and working hard. We had a blast on our first day of school, welcome back rallies, and senior sunrises. At Pioneer, they had an amazing turnout for their very first rally of the year, filled with fun games and introductory videos. Their leadership team has also already begun fundraising, enjoying a fun week of So Good Teacher to raise money to support future dances and events. Willow Glen had a sunless but great senior sunrise full of music, nostalgic games, and inspirational teacher speeches to prepare seniors for their last year of high school. We have also been in the heat of planning homecoming, one of our biggest events of the year, which is coming up in just a few weeks. Lincoln enjoyed their back-to-school rally where the performing arts teams were able to showcase their hard work and recruit new members. They've now shifted to planning homecoming and their rivalry game Big Bone versus San Jose. As the school year begins, we are so excited to start, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you bringing student voices into this future.
Thank you. Trustee Collins.
Thank you. I don't have much to report either. I hope everyone had wonderful summers. Do appreciate meeting with all the people who are sincerely committed to working for public education. I've had wonderful coffees and visits with students, with parents, with neighbors who don't necessarily have children, but are really committed to securing safe public education for everyone. I want to say Willow Glen Homecoming is crazy early, but it's going to be fabulous and fun. It's August because of the play schedule and all kinds of different things. August 28th. And I want to highlight and thank the teams that look at all the different planning that goes into start times so that for this year, Willow Glen Middle is starting just a bit earlier, 10, 15 minutes, so that there aren't almost 2,000 more families coming at the same exact moment. It makes a big difference and it's a wonderful improvement. And we still need to remind every single person in a car that these are school zones and it's it's still very dangerous. And maybe some of that is just the rush of the back to school, but timing, but we need to work on that because we all can do that better. So that's all I have for this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Wheatley.
Let me begin by saying what an honor it has been to serve as the San Jose Unified Trustee Area 4 Board Member. I'm proud of what we've accomplished and look forward to what's next for our students and families. The fact that my colleagues and I work to keep San Jose Unified financially stable despite a world of uncertainties is definitely worthy of note. On the educational side, I'm thrilled we now have ethnic studies options throughout high school, and we're the first to fully institute transitional kindergarten for our youngest students. Originally, I had thought to run for re-election in an effort to remain on the board for 12 years. My goal was to follow one group of students through to graduation. Circumstances have changed, however, primarily dealing with my health and those very close to me. I still believe what I stated in 2018, students are at the center of everything I do. My only caveat is family always comes first. Thank you again for allowing me to fulfill a lifelong dream of serving our community, and I'm not going anywhere. My term goes through the beginning of December. So this morning I was at Principal's Coffee at Broadway connecting somebody from Congressman Liccardo's office with the principal because they want to do youth advocacy and they want kids from Broadway on that panel, which I think is huge. I went to Almaden's Principal's Coffee because that's the one elementary school I haven't taken under my wing in some sense. I want to do Project Cornerstone there and show up for everything and just be a dolphin this year. Even though in January I'll just be a dolphin. I won't be trustee dolphin, but I'm okay with that. And there was something else. It's been quite an 8 years. And like I said, I'm not going anywhere yet, but one of the people interested in taking the job is here. I only see one of the two. So, hey, Michael. But I don't see Mary here tonight, but I know campaigning is a rough job, so good luck to you. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Vice President Wheatley. I just want to welcome folks back from summer break. Hope folks had an opportunity to recharge. I know there's a ton of work just from staff for all the work that went in to get things ready. I want to thank our parents and community for creating the conditions, getting ready with our kids to prepare for the start of the year. And shout out for our kids across the district too. Some are adjusting new school schedules and teachers, so I want to give a shout out to them. Even though we didn't have a board meeting and school was out, we've been a little busy meeting with elected leaders from all across the state, frankly. We've had an opportunity to meet with members of Congress like Congressman Liccardo and Congresswoman Albarran, state leaders like Assemblymember Ahrens and Pellerin, city leaders like Councilmember Tordillos and Mayor Mahan. And we have scheduled meetings with Cortese, Ellinger, Lee, Kana, and Carla. And topics that have come up have been around things like traffic safety, workforce housing, Santa Clara Water Board, and shout out to Congressman Liccardo who's offered support for federal funding for future projects as well. And so we've reached out to them to see how we can collaborate and support each other to work. And they've even offered to get out the information regarding our committees in the future as well. I do want to say thank you, and we've heard this in public comment today. At schools, folks have talked to me, parents have talked to me specifically around volunteer training and the testing requirements. I obviously have some concerns with that. Just specifically if our vendor is only offering one language, that's an issue. I don't want to cut off opportunities for our families. And I've even been told, and I'm hearing that we're putting additional resources together, so I'm excited about that. But I know this is not an easy training as well, and so any supports that we can provide there ASAP just will make this process smoother. And I've been told too, even things like fingerprinting and background checks, ways that we could streamline that would be incredible. And then just to end things, I want to give a shout out again to AFC, the soccer team. For families that may not have seen this, we do have a partnership for Sunday, September 20th at 4 p.m. Parents, and I bought my tickets today, San Jose Unified students have access to free tickets, and parents can purchase a super cheap ticket as well. So shout out to Danielle Slayton, parent in the district, co-founder of AFC, for helping this partnership go through. And I hope it's the start of something great as we host things like the Olympics and future. Yes, we are hosting soccer Olympics here for the record. We can continue those partnerships. That's all I have. Well, now,
Personal privilege.
please.
Partly because I'm 66, or almost 66 next Wednesday, or something, I don't even know what it is. The thing I forgot to mention is that I'm so looking forward to being at CLSBA's Unity Conference next week here in San Jose, because it just warms my heart to go to that conference, and it's a nice little part of my farewell tour.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so that is L1. We'll go on to L2, Superintendent Staff Reports. Before we do that, we do have 2 public comments. We have David Friedlander and Travis.
David Friedlander, new to stick around this time for comment. Community members raised a number of points of concern in the spring and throughout these meetings. So I do hope to hear in the future how you'll address specific concerns raised, such as poll conditions at Lincoln and Leland. But I also want to highlight some specific issues from the SOCT updates, or just some questions. One is, how many students did the district lose through the process? I think it's important to understand the impact it's had on enrollment for the community. We haven't heard too much about that. We also would like reports on all of the campuses, not just the campuses that were impacted. In fact, I would say the impact of SOT ripples across the district. For example, Baccarat added 3 combo classes right before school started. I'm not sure if that was what you were talking about that was addressed. But Willow, Glen, and Trace took in students from closed schools, and that impacted class sizes, and had to make other adjustments. Apparently, William Simmons lost a counselor. It was loved by students and parents, and that may have been because of the closures or related to that. We've heard that school buses are often 20 to 30 minutes late. And we're not sure what's being done to address that or how that's impacting communities. But that, is obviously a challenge from traffic. We talked about crosswalks. The crosswalk at Galarza, or the Pine, which I'm familiar with from Hammer, is 150 feet wide, controlled by a 4-way stop with no lights. There were crossing guards, but without crossing guards or with limited crossing guards, it's a dangerous intersection. So I'm hoping that can be addressed with the city. Parking at some campuses remains an issue. Hammer and Gardner has 10 parking spaces. And then that's essentially for the staff, and they still have to compete with families on street for parking. Trash days are terrible, I should tell you that. There's no parking there. And we as a community have raised issues in board meetings and emails to the district over the past few months. So we'd just like to see those addressed, and I hope the future updates will make it easier to follow the progress that's being made with more information.
All of you are board members. You were elected to do a job for the safety of all children. Education is the first priority, but also the safety is important. As I saw the thing about boundaries is important. There's many times that I would say, why now boundaries when boundaries haven't been placed? I can tell you certain things that have happened when teachers have misconduct, administrators misconduct, and when we try to complain, nothing gets done, or when a child is getting targeted too. So education comes in different levels, but the most important part is safety for all. Safety in the way we communicate, the safety when we speak and we want to be heard is to work together. We're a community, we're parents, we have children. You are the board members, but you forget to work with us. You don't want to hear us. You don't want to say, I hear you, let's work on it. Let's see what we can do better. I have parents that come up to me, I'm not a board member, I'm just a community member. I have people coming to me asking for directions, and I have to figure it out. At my job, I'm a care manager taking care of seniors. Every month, I have to take 4 videos for training to how I act, what I do, what I say. I'm asking, does the teachers, administrators have videos for boundaries, for how to act, how to be safe with their children, how to treat parents? There's many parents who get thrown out of the campus because of how we look or how we're coming dressed. A man coming from a mechanic job is getting bullied. Child sees that. Where's the boundaries for that? Where's the boundaries for right now when we're trying to be better? Yes, you closed our schools. Our kids got targeted. Where are the boundaries of safety?
Thank you. We will now turn it over to staff for staff reports and start with director work. Welcome.
All right, I'm happy to report out that within the first 7 days, that 100% of our sites have completed the fire emergency evacuation, and all of our sites have been assessed for emergency radio check. Thank you.
Thank you. Associate Superintendent Lax.
You may remember that we purchased new math curriculum. So our teachers have all received training. This is the first new math curriculum we've had in about 10 years. Some staff were nervous about the change, but they were all excited about having something new that is aligned to the new state framework. We have ongoing training scheduled for our math teachers, so it wasn't just the first day and then they're on their own. They'll receive ongoing support, and we have instructional coaches available also for that support. We're trying to be very careful because there is a lot of content in this math curriculum, and so we're asking teachers to take chunks and get comfortable with it and then move forward. But really, the feedback I've gotten, especially from our middle school teachers, is that there are a lot of resources that help them as they're thinking about supporting English learners, students with disabilities, students that may be struggling with math. And they're really excited that they don't have to go searching for something different, that they feel like they have it all in one place. And so thank you to the board for approving our curriculum, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it impacts our student achievement.
Thank you. CBO ready.
Tonight marks the last board meeting of someone who supported the board for the past few years, Patty Kirkland, and she is retiring, and her last day is tomorrow. Superintendent Albarran is also going to say a few words, but I feel that I need to because I started here 10 years ago. I've known Patty since the first day in special education, and she is a model public servant who works tirelessly behind the scenes, often in roles that aren't visible. And everything you've done has made this district better for the staff that work here, for the students that attend here, for the families that you've served. I am incredibly sad to lose you since we've been able to work together for all these years, but I'm very excited for your grandkids and the time that they get with their grandma. And so congratulations, Patty, you'll be missed.
Superintendent Albarran.
Just one last time, thank you so much to all the staff that helped make this transition and that opening of the first day of school a total success. Throughout that work, our staff remained focused on being ready on that day one. So thank you for your commitment for the many ways, both visible and behind the scenes, that you contributed to a strong start. I also I mentioned the supervision of the bus stops and being at the schools. A big thank you to the principal supervisors who have been on the ground, all of the directors that are out there every day making sure that everything is in place. I had a great conversation. I spent quite a bit of time at the Washington Library and loved chatting with Elena, the paralibrarian that has been there since I worked there a million years ago as an assistant principal, and she had nothing but compliments for the curriculum instruction staff that helped unpack all the boxes and get the materials out. So big thank you to that team. I also attended the Curriculum Associates classroom mathematics training, which I had not been to math training in a long time, but big thank you to the and Darlene staff that welcomed me and some of the Olinder staff and other teachers. It was great to hear them engaging and talking about math. The other thing that I attended, we've done 3 sessions with high school principals, which is really exciting, the 9th grade on track focus work, and spending time with the high school principals thinking deeply about 9th grade success has been probably the highlight of my summer because they just have, we looked at a lot of data. I just had really a lot of discussions about how to better support our 9th graders. So I'm really excited to be collaborating with the high school principals and central office leaders to be think about how to do the freshman experience differently. And then I also attended the Roses Talk meeting at Stanford with the Gunderson staff, and Trustee Wheatley, Vice President Wheatley was there too, and so was Ms. Lax. We had an incredible opportunity to be in community with the Gunderson team as they discussed the voices of students and captured in the report. The staff was incredible, all the classified, the certificated and leadership were there. To hear their thoughtful conversations about how to enhance the student experience really was a total highlight of the day. They are a very committed staff. I had 2 IAs that I got to work with most of the morning, and they just had nothing but wonderful things to say about their students and about the teachers that they collaborate with. They feel very included and part of the team that is serving our highest needs students. So shout out to the 2 of them, Marisol and Esteban, for the incredible stories that they shared. So I was really happy to be part of that. And I had the chance to do the student board member orientation, so really happy that we got a chance to connect. And I will leave my remarks for Patty after the closed session report.
All right, so that does conclude our reports. We'll move on to item M, which is the minutes. What I'm going to do is entertain a motion that we approve items M1 and M2, M1 being the regular session meeting held on June 25th, and then this M2 being the special session being held on June 25th.
So, second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, all abstaining. Motion passes 5-0. Items M1 and M2 are approved. We'll now move on to item N, the approval of the consent calendar. As a reminder, all agenda items listed under the consent calendar will be enacted in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to consideration of the motion, unless a member of the Board of Education or the superintendent requests that an item be removed from the consent calendar. To my colleagues, are there any items that need to be removed from the consent calendar? Trustee Gribstad.
I have quite a few. I'm gonna pull them, I have brief comments about them. So I have to say every item, right? I have to say which ones I'm not pulling because I have quite a few.
You want to pull every item?
No, not every.
So then we need to know which ones
Oh,
you
okay,
want.
so, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 11, 12, and 15.
So once again, the items that being asked to be pulled are items 1 through 8, 11, 12, and 15. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to entertain a motion to the board to approve items 9, 10, 13, 14, and 16.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, all abstaining. Motion passes 5-0. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve item N1.
So moved.
Second.
When parts of it are not complete, we can still employ that administrator with the waiver request, which is something that our commission requires credentialing. And one of the requirements is that we declare publicly that we're asking for a waiver so that the person can serve as administrator while completing the requirements for credential.
Okay, so they are working on the credentials.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's not like it's waived so that they can complete it and still satisfy the.
Right, so think about a teacher who doesn't have a preliminary credential yet, but they have an intern credential or paperwork that they're working towards a full credential. They can still be employed as a teacher, same concept or administrator.
I see, and then when they have completed full circle.
Once they complete that credential requirements, the CTC will be issuing preliminary administrative credential.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, all abstaining. Motion passes 5-0. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve item N2.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Floor is open. Trustee Gribstad.
I just wanted to make sure that the reports going forward show a little bit more information, like new FTE, eliminated FTE, transfers, vacancies, net FTE, annual salary costs, benefit costs, funding source, budgeted, effective date, credential, compliance, and I can send that list to I just wanted to see more of a comprehensive data show those.
I'm gonna name, on behalf of the board, that's not gonna help us in our role. This is just the approval of the.
Right,
the
this is just
actions.
me having to comment what I would like to
Yeah,
see more going forward.
Yeah, and I'm responding and letting you know that I don't think that's appropriate. And I think I can speak on behalf of my colleagues up here that, yeah.
Okay, I have two questions. Let's see, is this entire personnel action budget, including salary benefits, all ongoing costs?
Yeah, so let me give an answer and then tell me if I hit everything. So this item is intended to make public elections of people, change of location, change of status, but it's mainly change of locations, resignations, retirements. And so all of these are permanent positions. We don't have any positions that you would see on this report that are short-term in nature or for a specified period of time. So all of these are permanent positions and thus ongoing costs. But they are all ones that are part of the budget reports that we do, like the staff costs that are budgeted for are the positions that these fill. This is typically the biggest one because of the hiring Peter's team does in the spring to start the school year. And then this one is particularly long because a lot of people change locations due to the Schools of Tomorrow process. And so this one is much longer than usual because of that.
Okay, just one more question. After reconciling the hires, resignations, retirement transfers, is there an increase in certified FTE?
So the FTE levels are set based on the contract that we have with our Teachers Association for certificated positions. And so these actions do not affect that, with the exception of sometimes we have to add like a speech language pathologist because of the IEP needs of the students, which would represent a slight, an increase of one potential position. But for the start of this year, that's not the case for these positions, but it could be in a future position specifically related to those positions that we have to increase based on the need for the students identified in their
I see.
IEPs.
For this list, it's not.
Correct.
Just a point of information in parliamentary procedure, question has been called, which means we do have to vote on the question being called unless Trustee Gribstad, you're finished with your comments.
I'm finished with my comments.
I'm gonna ask you, will they call the question so we can go directly to a vote?
Deal.
All right, all those in favor of approving N2, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All abstaining? Motion passes. Like to entertain a motion to approve N3.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Trustee Gribstad, you have the floor.
Let's see, I want to make sure I have my questions in the right place.
Do you have questions?
I do. I have a long list, so it's not, when I say a long list, not for this particular, I just have a long list question pertaining to the items too.
Great, Vanessa, you have them ready to go.
Actually, no, I decided I'm gonna skip this one, meaning I'm not gonna ask the questions right now, so we can vote on that.
Great, in the future, if you can, please don't pull items unless you actually do want to discuss them. I get you have every right to ask the questions, but we have a lot of staff that are here late, that are frankly answering questions that have been answered in the past, that could be answered before coming. So I'm just gonna ask in the future, if you can please only pull items that you do want to ask. So we are going to go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All abstaining? Motion passes 5-0-0. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve item N4.
So moved.
Second. Motion and a second. Trustee Gribstad, you have the floor.
Can staff clearly identify which portions of these rates are legally required, which are contractually required, which are discretionary? And for the discretionary portion, what is the measurable return on that additional expenditure in terms of substitute fill rates, reduced vacancies, and student coverage?
Yeah, I think I can answer that. So certificated substitutes are not covered by a agreement like our other employees represented by our labor groups. So the rates are set based on an analysis that Peter did that I assisted with of what other districts in our area offer, since we have so many districts competing for substitute teachers. And we set them to be competitive while also an eye towards the budget and fiscal sustainability, because we know the impact of a classroom without a teacher on any given day. And so we want to make sure we have our fill rates really high. So the return on what we measure is the fill rate of our substitute position, like of our classrooms who need subs each day.
Thank you for that clarification. That's all the comment I have about that one.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, all abstaining, motion passes. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve N5.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Trustee Gribstad, you have the floor.
Let's see. Has purchasing verified that every agreement complies with California procurement law and district policy, including the requirements applicable to agreements over $50,000?
Is this for N5?
Yes.
Yes.
This is
for
Okay. I'm not sure that that question is applicable to what these are, but these short-term limited agreements are for people. Often, if you see, we have our campus police officers, we also have folks who are hired with the Prop 28 money that doesn't go towards FTE to do like marks enrichment in schools. So the agreements themselves follow the applicable laws that we need to have when we enter into these, but they're not. I think your question was more geared towards contracts for services. These are agreements with individual people.
I see. And are these truly short-term limited services when several agreements run nearly the entire school year?
Yes, meaning they would run the course of the school year for their support.
And that falls under short-term, even though it's for the whole year?
Yep.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, all abstaining, motion passes 500. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve N6. With a motion and a second.
Second.
Trustee Gribstad, you have the floor.
I just have a question because this is a annual renewal of $155,390, and it seems like we have Parent Square for 7 years, and I don't know how many years that, but do we have competitive bids to make sure that performance is measured and that there's the benchmark the market, just to get a wise commercial value? We should compare it to the competitors out there.
Yes, there were a number of questions in there, but as the rationale says, this contract was done pursuant to California Government Code Section 5360 for their services. So it was procured under that, which is in line with California law. The Parent Square, I can speak just in my role as an employee here and someone who in special education use it, is a vast upgrade over our previous system and works phenomenally well for the things we need it to. But our teams, of course, as required by by the law, will go and do the procurement processes that are necessary. There's a huge cost to switching technology platforms, as I'm sure you're aware, and so that's something we keep in mind too as we evaluate each year whether to continue with this or look for other vendors.
That's good to know. So when this evaluation is conducted, is information provided to the board for review or just to be aware of too?
When it is, depending on how it's procured, that information is provided consistent with the procurement process that's required for an agreement.
Can I call the question, please?
Yes, I believe that was all the conversation. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, all abstaining, motion passes 500. I'd like to entertain a motion to
So
approve N7. We have a motion and a second. Trustee Gribstad, you have the floor.
Did the administration reconcile the reported Zero Williams complaints against other complaint facilities, HR, instructional materials? Records verify that no issue meeting the Williams criteria was reported with another channel but omitted from this.
We are at N7, Trustee Gribstad. Monthly reports for the months of June and July 2026. You did, so we're on N7.
I just want to make a comment that it's really helpful to meet with the superintendent before a board meeting because you can get all your questions answered. And I think that's the best use of the time that we have with the superintendent. And I will say that this week we met for maybe 2 hours, a little bit more, because there was close to 3 Because there's a lot on these agendas, and I agree, you need to have the information, but I think you also need to make the time to get the information in the structure that exists. Because that makes us sit here, and you're asking basic questions that could have been answered in your meetings with the staff. Thank you.
I do want to ask the board for direction. The norm in consent items in general is that it's taken in one vote, it is standard business. So and the questions are sent in ahead of time, 24 hours at least, so that staff has an opportunity to prepare the questions. And so I do know that historically that has been the norm here. And I would like some direction on that because it just, these are things that it is standard business. The practice with consent items is that we take them in one vote, and we're starting a new school year, and this seems to be just a continuous pattern, and it's we have a student board member here that has to go to school tomorrow, and it's challenging when the information, the questions are not, it's absolutely the trustees' right to ask the questions. They need to be sent in advance so that we can get those to them and you all get your questions answered. But I am asking for all the people that are here and the custodian that leads, we have to send another group of people to set the alarm. So I just want to make that.
I think it's clear now for folks that if we can, not if we can, we should be asking the questions in advance. And again, folks have every right to ask questions. I pulled consent items before too to ask questions. It's not the case, but frankly, it's just a waste of time.
When we're pulling all of them, we are not doing the work of the district. We are answering basic questions for basic information that can be asked if there is a check-in that takes place before the meeting. And I understand that you're still in a new role, but if you are not taking time to go and meet in the structure that exists to support you, that makes all of us have to sit here and hear basic questions being asked, and questions that sometimes don't apply because the answer is already there. And so I would appreciate if you find a way to not pull every item or so many items, and the ones that really have a question about what is the gap here. Because all these questions so far could have been asked in your one-on-one check-in.
If it exists. It's because the superintendent refused to meet unless it's in person.
They do exist.
So I'm gonna intervene here as the
We have
chair.
covered this time and time again.
I'm gonna intervene here as the chair of this meeting. I think it's clear the feedback that we've been given, or we are giving. I don't know how that will be brought in. I think we all need to take responsibility for our roles, right? We're not all perfect, but we need to find the time. If it doesn't happen, then at least even send email questions. We're gonna come back just because we are on N7 monthly reports for the months of June and July 2026. Trustee Gribstad, do you have any other questions? Because there is a motion on the table.
I have one question that is, would an independent auditor reviewing these transactions be able to trace the material transaction from board authorization, purchase order, invoice payment, funding source, and records?
Yes, as we've heard from other audits, the auditors take out samples. We've had multiple meetings where folks have reported on these audits. The answer is yes. Any other questions?
That's all.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All abstaining? Motion passes 5-0-0. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve N8.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Trustee Gribstad.
Did administration reconcile the reported 0 Williams complaints against our other complaint, facilities, HR, and instructional materials, records to verify that no issue meeting the Williams criteria was reported through another channel that omitted from his certification?
We have verified that this report is accurate.
Other questions?
Great, thank you. I asked this question, make sure it's on the record. It's also for public benefit as well. Thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All abstaining? Motion passes. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve N11. We have a motion and a second. Trustee Gribstad. So the least you can do is have your questions ready.
Switching out several files of questions. Thank you for your patience. So before we ratify millions of dollars in contracts and substantial amendments, I want to more assurance that the procurement cumulative vendor spending compared to compliance contract performance and the reasons for
Can you speak up into the mic, please?
are
It's really
transparent to this board. I can read it again. Before we ratify millions of dollars in contracts and substantial amendments, I want assurance that procurement, cumulative vendor spending, competitive bidding compliance, contract performance, and the reasons for major increases are transparent to this board and the public.
At the top of the document, it says, the approval of the following contracts, change orders, and amendments were delegated by the Board of Education to the superintendent or designee by the Board Policy 3312, and the summer delegation granted by the board at its June 25th, 2026 regular session meeting, and must be ratified pursuant to Public Contract Code 20111 and Education Code 17604 and 17605. So to answer your question, yes.
Yes, so I believe it'd be stronger to include information like percentage increase,
I call it
procurement
question.
method, number of bidders.
Question has been called. We'll
funding
take a vote on ending discussion. All those in favor of ending discussion, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. All opposed, all abstaining.
Sorry, it must be late.
We'll now take a vote.
Sorry, I thought we're voting, so.
We'll now okay, let me finish, please. We'll take a vote now on N11. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, all abstaining. Motion passes 5-0-0. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve N12.
We just did 12.
Oh, sorry.
That was 11.
We did 11.
That was 11.
Yo, okay, please let me chair this meeting. That was 11. We voted on 11. What we voted first on was calling a question. Question was called via a 2/3 vote. We then voted on N11. We're now on N12, which was also
To
pulled.
approve 12.
We have a motion to approve N12. Is there a second? Trustee Gribstad.
It's a similar question that this is the 1.015 million, is the value, is the best value option measurable solar savings production improvements we're purchasing, and exactly how the district would know whether the vendor delivered. Is there some kind of benchmark to show all this data that shows the savings, best value option?
Yes, so the implementation of this how we'll know what success looks like, I think is what maybe you're asking, is that the repairs that we've identified are made to the solar structures that we have, which will result in significant savings on our utilities in terms of optimizing the credits that we get back through it, which we monitor through a dashboard that we have for the solar panels.
So this dashboard is made public, so public information or not?
It's not made public, no, it's something we use to make sure that monitors the operations of the solar panels, what we're generating, and then what the credits are that we get back from PG&E.
And
So it's
I'll
not
give you
made
some,
public.
there is some public documentation. If you take a look at the contract, I don't know if you had the chance to do that. Page 23, it shows the annual, when work will be done. In addition to that, it has response times on certain items in terms of power.
Thank
So
you.
I don't know if you had a chance to actually look at the contract, but it's there is.
I
a
did,
list.
but there's a lot of information. Thank you for pointing that out.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All abstaining? Motion passes 5-0-0. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve N15. So I have a motion and a second. Trustee Gribstad.
So again, this is an item that is a bylaw that I sent in some recommendation for updates, and so I just want to clarify if those revision recommendations were reviewed and considered, I would be in favor. Otherwise, I cannot support this as it stands right now.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
All abstaining? Motion passes. We'll now move on to item O, closed session report. Superintendent, what on you have before?
In closed session, the board held a student readmission hearings for case numbers 2024, 2025, 007, 2025, 2026, 004, 2025, 2026, 009, with no reportable action, There was no discussion under personnel items. The board discussed 2 cases of anticipated litigation and approved settlements in the amount of $163,464, and a second case in the amount of $57,900 by a vote of 5-0. The board discussed existing litigation, Superior Court of California, County of Santa Clara, case number 26CV48CV31, and Superior Court of California, County of Santa Clara, case number 26CV492243 with no reportable action, and the board held a conference with labor negotiators with no reportable action. And I want to just close this report by saying thank you to Patty. Patty's been with us since 2000, and she has supported us in many different ways as a paraprofessional, as a bus supervisor, as an office assistant, a program analyst in special education and purchasing, and since 2003 in our office. So we're gonna miss you dearly. You've taken good care of us. Your incredible loyalty, commitment, and dedication, the hard work and the flexibility are just best in class. So a big thank you. We wish you the very best in this next chapter, and please visit us.
So, Patty, I just want to say that I want to express my profound gratitude for all that you are and all that you do. I have seen you in so many realms of doing the smallest little thing that needed to be done to the big, huge things that need to be done. And I've always seen your happy, smiling face that made me feel like, oh yeah, the world is okay because Patty's here with me and she's helping me. So I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you for all that you have done for us as a board and all you have done for the students at San Jose. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Patty, and also thank you, Damaris, for handling it as well. Welcome. All right, y'all. Thanks again. This concludes our meeting for today. Reminder, our next board meeting will take place Thursday, September 10th, 2026. We hope to see you in person or online. I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, all abstaining. Go in peace. Meeting adjourned at 10:17.